Good morning. Faced with the rapid deterioration of the situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo, France called on Wednesday for an emergency meeting of the Security Council. The last developments in North Kivu, the advance of M23 troops and imminent threats against Goma are extremely concerning. France reaffirms its unwavering support to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of DRC. We strongly condemn the ongoing offensive led by the M23 with the active support of Rwanda. This offensive is causing major risks for civilians and must be stopped immediately. The M23 must free the territory that it has captured. Support to armed groups by all parties must stop. We urge an immediate return to ceasefire. The dialogue initiated through the Luanda and Nairobi processes with the full support of France must restart without delay. Last, I want to highlight the importance of MONUSCO, whose mandate has been unanimously renewed last month and which is a crucial actor on the ground to protect civilians. I also would like to express my condolences to the families of the peacekeepers who have lost their lives in the fighting of the last few days. En français, la situation dans l'est de la République démocratique du Congo ne cesse de se détériorer. On est confronté à une situation où le M23, avec l'appui du Rwanda, est aux portes de Goma. La France condamne cette offensive. La France appelle le M23 et le Rwanda à cesser cette offensive. Elle appelle le Rwanda à quitter le territoire de la République démocratique du Congo. Elle réaffirme son plein soutien à l'intégrité territoriale de la République démocratique du Congo. Elle appelle à une reprise des processus de paix, celui de Luanda, celui de Nairobi. Enfin, elle tient à rappeler son plein soutien à la MONUSCO, qui est l'objet d'attaques par les groupes rebelles, par le M23 et par les autres. Donc tout cela soit cessé immédiatement, et c'est pour cela que la France a demandé la tenue de cette réunion d'urgence du Conseil de sécurité pour que l'escalade en cours cesse et qu'on en revienne à un processus politique. Merci.
Ambassador, the group of experts has long established that Rwanda has forces supporting M23 in eastern Congo, and yet the Security Council has continued to treat Rwanda with kid gloves. Is it time this council takes a firmer hand with Kigali?
Oui. Yes.
And what does that look like?
We are just proposing a press statement to the Security Council calling a cat. So that's a fact. The group of experts reports on this on a regular basis, so it needs to be denounced. Doesn't mean that it's all the fault of one and not the other. I think many issues need to be resolved. Hate speeches, the FDLR must be dismantled, of course. The threats on all stakeholders must disappear. But what you just mentioned, you know, the presence of Rwanda and the activities in the Eastern DRC must stop. I think everybody should stay home. Okay, thanks.
How hopeful are you that How hopeful are you that the Council is going to accept naming Rwanda?
Could you repeat?
Est-ce que vous avez vraiment de l'espoir que le Conseil...
I hope so. I think we need to be balanced. We need to continue to push for a resumption of a peace process. We need to address all the different factors that led to the current crisis. But on this one, I think we need to be crystal clear. The current offensive must stop now, and we should get back to the Rwanda or political process. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks so much.
Okay, I'm going to run upstairs, and I'll be inside for about maybe just the first briefer, and I'll come back into the Rwandan stuff. Okay.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm sorry to be late. We had some consultation among the A3+. The 9,849 meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is the situation concerning the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of Angola, Burundi, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Rwanda, South Africa, and Uruguay to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. On behalf of the Council, I welcome Her Excellency, Ms. Therese Kwamba Wagner, State Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation, and Francophonie of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the following briefers to participate in this meeting. Ms. Bintou Keita, Special Representative of the Secretary General and Head of the United Nations Organization Stabilization Mission in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Monsieur Jean-Pierre Lacroix, Under Secretary General for Peace Operation, and Mrs. Joyce Msuya, Assistant Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Deputy Emergency Relief Coordinator. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration for item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Jean-Pierre Lacroix.
Monsieur le Président, distingués membres du Conseil de sécurité, Madame la ministre d'État, ministre des Affaires étrangères de la République démocratique du Congo, Monsieur le représentant permanent de la République du Rwanda et autres distingués ambassadeurs et représentants, je remercie le Conseil de sécurité de cette occasion d'intervenir sur la situation prévalant dans l'Est de la République démocratique du Congo. Je ferai une brève déclaration liminaire avant l'intervention de mes collègues Bintou Keita et Joyce Msuya. Comme cela a été discuté avec la présidence du Conseil de sécurité en raison d'engagements antérieurs dans le cadre d'une visite officielle en République arabe syrienne, je ne serai sans doute pas en mesure de participer à l'ensemble de la séance et je prie les membres du Conseil de sécurité et les autres participants à travers vous, Monsieur le Président, de m'en excuser. Monsieur le Président, la réunion d'aujourd'hui se tient dans un contexte de détérioration majeure de la situation à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo. Depuis le début de l'année, le M23 a lancé des opérations offensives de grande envergure dans l'est de la RDC avec l'appui des forces armées du Rwanda. Ces actions leur ont permis d'étendre leurs gains territoriaux de manière significative en l'espace de quelques semaines, tout en ouvrant un nouveau front dans le sud Kivu, d'où la MONUSCO s'est retirée le 30 juin 2024. Les Nations Unies sont profondément préoccupées par la reprise des hostilités qui a entraîné la prise de Saké, une localité stratégique située à quelques kilomètres de Goma, menaçant directement des millions de civils et les casques bleus déployés avec le mandat d'assurer leur protection physique. À cet égard, je me réfère à la déclaration du secrétaire général sur ce sujet qui vient d'être publiée et je me permets d'inviter les membres du Conseil et les autres participants à la consulter. Le 23 et 24 janvier, le M23 a tiré sur les positions de la MONUSCO et de la SAMI-DRC. Au cours des dernières 48 heures, 2 casques bleus de la MONUSCO appartenant au contingent sud-africain et un casque bleu uruguayen ont été tués dans l'accomplissement du mandat qui leur a été confié par ce Conseil. Je rappelle que ce mandat porte en particulier sur la protection des civils et le soutien à la lutte contre les groupes armés qui sévissent en RDC. 11 autres casques bleus ont été blessés et reçoivent des soins à l'hôpital des Nations Unies à Goma. Des soldats de la SAMI-DRC, la force de la SADC, à laquelle la MONUSCO apporte un soutien en vertu d'un mandat donné par ce Conseil, ont également été tués et blessés. Et il y a également de très nombreuses victimes civiles et des déplacements additionnels de populations importants dans un contexte humanitaire déjà extrêmement difficile. Je souhaite saisir cette opportunité pour exprimer, au nom du secrétaire général des Nations Unies, nos plus profondes condoléances aux familles des casques bleus décédés, ainsi qu'à leur gouvernement et au peuple sud-africain et uruguayen. Et je souhaite un prompt rétablissement aux blessés. J'exprime également mes condoléances au gouvernement des pays contributeurs de troupes de la SAMI-DRC et aux familles des victimes. Je rends hommage de tous les casques bleus de la MONUSCO dans l'accomplissement de leur mandat visant à protéger les civils et contrer la menace posée par les groupes armés. Et je saisis cette occasion pour rappeler que les attaques contre les casques bleus et le personnel civil des Nations Unies peuvent constituer des crimes de guerre. Mr. President, distinguished members of the Council, with the fate of Goma and its millions of inhabitants hanging in the balance, MONUSCO has shown admirable resolve in delivering on its protection of civilians' mandate, often at great cost, while doing its utmost to ensure the safety and security of UN personnel. To this end, MONUSCO has reinforced its blocking positions in coordination with the FRADC and SAMI-DRC to prevent the M23's further advance towards Goma. Steps have also been taken to ensure the swift resupply of UN contingents based in M23 controlled areas, notably in Kiwanja, Kanyabayonga, and Kichanga. The mission has activated contingency measures to facilitate CASEVAC and MEDEVAC procedures as required. SRSG Bintou Keita will provide further details on the steps being taken by the mission to deliver on its mandated responsibilities while doing its utmost ensuring the safety of UN personnel and installation. Mr. President, at this critical juncture, with the lives of countless vulnerable civilians, peacekeepers, and the respect of this Council's mandate at stake, MONUSCO remains committed to the robust defense of its mandate under very challenging conditions. The Council must honor the sacrifice made by the peacekeepers who have laid down their lives in pursuit of this noble goal by sending a clear and unequivocal message to the M23 and its backers that actions endangering the lives of civilians and UN peacekeepers will not be tolerated. All parties to the conflict must abide by international humanitarian law. Monsieur le Président, distingués membres du Conseil, il est impératif que le M23 cesse immédiatement ses hostilités et se retire des territoires occupés. La violation de la souveraineté et de l'intégrité territoriale de la RDC constitue une atteinte aux principes fondamentaux du droit international et de la Charte des Nations Unies. Les Nations Unies continueront de collaborer avec les principaux acteurs pour encourager les parties prenantes à reprendre les négociations dans le cadre du processus de Luanda que les Nations Unies soutiennent totalement. Dans ce contexte, je tiens à rappeler les progrès significatifs réalisés au cours des derniers mois dans le cadre de ce processus. Il est crucial que ces acquis ne soient pas perdus. Le retrait des forces rwandaises de l'Est de la RDC doit être effectif. Le plan de neutralisation des FDLR doit être mis en œuvre. Et le mécanisme de vérification ad hoc renforcé doit être pleinement opérationnalisé. Les populations menacées par cette offensive du M23 et les pays contributeurs qui ont mis leurs soldats et leurs policiers à la disposition des Nations Unies pour assurer leur protection s'attendent à une réponse ferme de ce Conseil permettant de rétablir un environnement propice à la poursuite des efforts politiques visant à trouver une solution durable à la crise actuelle. Il est encore possible d'éviter le pire pourvu que ce Conseil agisse sans délai. Je vous remercie.
I thank Mr. Lacroix for his briefing. I now give the floor to Ms. Bintou Keita.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished members of the Security Council, thank you for convening this urgent meeting today to discuss the alarming developments in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. On 23rd January, the military governor of North Kivu, General Peter Chirimwami, was wounded on the battlefield and subsequently passed away. So far, MONUSCO has lost 3 peacekeepers trying to protect Sake and Goma from the M23's advance. I would like to express my condolences to the Democratic Republic of the Congo government, people, as well as to the governments of the troop contributing countries, to those who were killed while implementing the mission's mandate. I also wish a swift recovery to those injured, including our 11 MONUSCO's peacekeepers. Today, despite ongoing MONUSCO support to FRDC, M23, and Rwandan forces, penetrated Munigi, captured in the outskirts of Goma city, causing mass panic and flight among the population. Roads are blocked, and the airport can no longer be used for evacuation or humanitarian efforts. M23 has declared the airspace over Goma closed. In other words, we are trapped. I call on this council to act now to secure the civilian population, humanitarian aid workers, and all United Nations personnel. Mr. President, when I presented the last report of the Secretary General on the situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo on 9 December, the 23rd March Movement M23, with the active support of the Rwandan armed forces, had consolidated its occupation in North Kivu province, doubling its controlled territory compared to 2012. Today, M23 has expanded its control in North Kivu and extended its advance into South Kivu province, from which MONUSCO withdrew in June 2024. It has received reinforcement and supplies to strengthen its position along several axes, both south and north of Goma. It notably deployed a heavy presence near Sake, 25 kilometers west of Goma, and is advancing in Munigi, 9 kilometers north of Goma. In line with its protection of civilians mandate, MONUSCO has enhanced its support to the armed forces of the Democratic Republic of Congo, FRDC, by sharing information, participating in joint tactical planning, and actively participating in combat, along with SADC mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, SAMI-DRC. MONUSCO has notably activated Operation Springbok 3 and deployed 1 quick reaction force, 1 rapid deployment battalion, a reserve battalion, a platoon size of special forces, and an artillery battery to reinforce its position to counter M23's advance. In a context of permanent movement of population fleeing for their lives or used as human shields, the military response, especially the use of MONUSCO artillery, is being carefully calibrated to avoid harming civilians and our forces on the ground or damaging civilian facilities. The United Nations also temporarily relocate non-essential personnel from Goma. These efforts are still underway. This measure aims to guarantee the safety of personnel while maintaining essential United Nations operations in the province. This relocation in no way affects the unwavering commitment of the United Nations to provide humanitarian aid and protect civilians in North Kivu. GPS jamming and spoofing incidents have resumed more intensely than ever before. These attacks hamper the protection of civilians and the safety and security of United Nations personnel. The mission stands ready to provide documentation in support of the Democratic Republic of Congo's complaint to the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and encourage member states the same. While MONUSCO's robust posture in support of FRDC and SAMI DRC has helped counter mis- and disinformation, the Congolese authorities and MONUSCO continue to coordinate joint communication and ensure clear, unified messaging. Nevertheless, I must draw the Council's attention to a troubling rise in targeted hate speech led by M23-affiliated online companies. Their hateful rhetoric targets me as special representative of the Secretary General, but also the mission spokesperson who has received threats of sexual violence. I call on the Congolese authorities to clearly condemn hate speech that targets especially human rights defenders and civil society actors. So far, at least 32 human rights defenders have approached MONUSCO for protection measures. In response, the mission implements individual protection mechanisms with human rights networks. Monsieur le Président, plus que jamais, nous devons trouver une solution politique. Une déplacée du Nord Kivu a récemment insisté que même la Seconde Guerre mondiale s'est terminée grâce au dialogue. J'appelle donc la RDC et le Rwanda à poursuivre les négociations politiques dans le cadre du processus de Luanda. À ce titre, la rhétorique hostile et les accusations mutuelles doivent cesser pour laisser place à des échanges et des actions constructives. Je salue les efforts de la communauté internationale pour préserver ce processus, surtout après le sommet avorté du 15 décembre 2024. Concrètement, j'appelle aussi le Rwanda à retirer ses forces du territoire congolais, à cesser son appui au M23 et à déployer au plus vite ses délégués dans le mécanisme de vérification ad hoc renforcé pour compléter les effectifs de l'Angola et de la RDC. J'appelle de plus la RDC à mener des efforts significatifs pour neutraliser les FDLA. Je réaffirme l'engagement de la MONUSCO à soutenir ces efforts en lien avec son mandat. En parallèle, j'encourage une synergie étroite entre le processus de Luanda et le processus de Nairobi en cours de revitalisation. Pour favoriser des avancées notables, il faudrait faire des concessions. Notamment, le M23 devrait se retirer immédiatement vers les positions d'avant le 4 août. J'appelle toutes les parties à respecter leurs obligations de protéger les civils dans le plein respect du droit international humanitaire et du droit international des droits de l'homme. Les infrastructures civiles fournissant des services essentiels aux civils ne doivent également jamais être prises pour cible. Monsieur le Président, alors que l'Angola se prépare a présidé l'Union africaine en février, je soutiens un deuxième sommet quadripartite de la SADC, la Conférence internationale sur la région des Grands Lacs, CIRGL, la Communauté économique des États de l'Afrique centrale, CEAC, et la Communauté de l'Afrique de l'Est, CAE, pour renforcer les efforts de paix. Il serait également crucial de convoquer d'urgence un nouveau sommet tripartite entre l'Agence des Nations Unies pour les réfugiés HCR, la République démocratique du Congo et le Rwanda. De plus, il sera crucial de tenir le 12e sommet du mécanisme de suivi régional du Conseil de paix et de sécurité de l'Union africaine pour relancer l'accord cadre pour la paix, la sécurité et la coopération. J'encourage la présidence de l'Angola à l'Union africaine de promouvoir l'inclusion des femmes dans les initiatives de paix. En RDC, cela pourrait passer par la mise en œuvre de la stratégie nationale pour une masculinité positive, ainsi que l'établissement du comité interministériel et du Conseil national du genre et de la parité prévu dans la loi de 2015 sur la parité. Monsieur le Président, la MONUSCO accompagne les efforts visant à tenir tous les responsables de violations des droits humains redevables. Il est ainsi important d'identifier les victimes pour leur rendre justice, tout en réduisant le risque de répétition de la violence, y compris celle basée sur le genre. En complément, des mandats internationaux doivent être émis contre ceux qui alimentent l'insécurité et commettent des violations des droits humains et du droit international humanitaire. Avec l'envoyé spécial pour la région des Grands Lacs, l'ambassadeur Wang Xia, et tous mes autres collègues, j'appelle le Conseil à prendre des mesures décisives, y compris des sanctions ciblées contre les auteurs des violations. Aucune exception ne doit être faite. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
I thank Ms. Keita for her briefing. I now give the floor to Ms. Joyce Msuya.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the Security Council, thank you for this opportunity to brief the Council on the humanitarian situation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Mr. President, the crisis in Eastern DRC is at a dangerous point. The situation is deteriorating rapidly, and if hostilities spill into Goma, a densely populated urban center, the impact on civilians could be devastating. More than 21 million people already need aid across the country, one of the highest numbers worldwide. Approximately 1 million people had already sought refuge in neighboring countries. The escalation in the east threatens to make a critical humanitarian situation even worse. In North and South Kivu, hundreds of civilians have been killed and injured in the last few weeks. Hundreds of thousands have fled their homes or shelters, often multiple times, to escape gunfire and shelling, especially around Sake and Minova. Humanitarian access remains constrained due to insecurity. Hospitals, including Dosho and Kieshero in Goma, are overwhelmed. Medical facilities in Minova are also struggling to tend to the hundreds of people in need of treatment for gunshot and shrapnel wounds. Bombings in overcrowded displacement sites in and around Sake and Minova have resulted in casualties, including among children, and destroyed shelters, causing panic and further displacement. I'm particularly concerned about the impact on women and girls. We already know that gender-based violence increased by 300% in recent years, and that 2/3 of all cases had occurred in 3 eastern provinces of North Kivu, South Kivu, and Ituri. Mr. President, the Secretary General has emphasized the importance of upholding international humanitarian and human rights law and ensuring immediate and unimpeded humanitarian access to populations in need. I reiterate this call. We urge all parties to protect civilians and critical infrastructure they rely on, respect the civilian nature of displacement sites, and avoid using wide area explosives and heavy weapons in populated areas. This will be particularly important should the hostilities spread into Goma, given the risks of conflict in urban areas. All parties must take constant care to spare civilians and civilian objects throughout military operations. Mr. President, in these challenging circumstances, our humanitarian partners have bravely and tirelessly continued their efforts to enable life-saving operations by negotiating access, including by providing critical care through our partners, particularly NGOs that deliver medical and food assistance. Council members, to address this escalating humanitarian crisis before the situation worsens further, I have 3 asks to the Council. First, I urge this Council and all member states to leverage their influence to ensure that international humanitarian law is respected by all parties. Civilians must be protected. IDP sites and medical facilities must be protected. Rapid, unimpeded, and safe humanitarian access to those in need must be facilitated. Second, since we are at the start of the year and many funding sources remain unavailable or delayed for various reasons, adequate funding is essential to enable and sustain urgent humanitarian action. In light of the scale and severity of the current situation, we are allocating $17 million from the Central Emergency Response Fund for immediate life-saving interventions. However, let's be clear, additional resources are urgently needed. Third, I urge the Council and all member states to use their influence to end the hostilities. The scale of suffering in the DRC demands urgent attention. The plight of the country's women, men, and children cannot continue to go unnoticed. Thank you.
I thank Mrs. Suya for her briefing. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make a statement. I give the floor to the representative of France.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie tout d'abord le secrétaire général pour les opérations de paix, la représentante spéciale du secrétaire général et la sous-secrétaire générale pour les affaires humanitaires. Je salue la présence parmi nous de la ministre des Affaires étrangères de la République démocratique du Congo. Le Conseil de sécurité se réunit aujourd'hui en raison de la détérioration rapide de la situation dans le Nord Kivu, en République démocratique du Congo, de la prise de Saké et de l'encerclement de Goma par le M23, permis par le soutien actif des forces de défense du Rwanda. La situation est grave et ce Conseil doit en prendre la mesure. La France réaffirme sa solidarité envers la République démocratique du Congo et son attachement indéfectible à son intégrité territoriale et à sa souveraineté. Elle exprime sa très vive préoccupation quant à la dangereuse escalade du conflit dans le Nord Kivu, autour de Goma. Elle condamne fermement l'offensive en cours, conduite par le M23, activement soutenue par le Rwanda. La présence en République démocratique du Congo d'une force militaire étrangère contre la volonté de l'État congolais est une violation claire de la Charte des Nations Unies. Cette offensive, comme le soutien aux groupes armés par toutes les parties, fait porter un risque majeur sur la sécurité des populations civiles et conduit actuellement au déplacement de dizaines de milliers de civils. Le M23 doit cesser immédiatement son offensive et se retirer des territoires dont il a pris le contrôle. La France appelle instamment à un retour au cessez-le-feu et une reprise du dialogue. Il n'y a pas d'issue militaire au conflit. Le président de la République, Emmanuel Macron, l'a rappelé hier au président Kagame et Tshisekedi, avec lesquels il s'est entretenu. Le dialogue engagé dans le cadre des processus de Luanda et de Nairobi, avec le plein soutien de la France, doit reprendre sans délai. Un processus politique doit redémarrer. La France est prête à l'appuyer. La force n'est pas une option. Dans ce cadre, la France appelle au retrait des troupes rwandaises du territoire congolais et à la mise en œuvre du plan de démantèlement des forces démocratiques de libération du Rwanda, conformément aux engagements qu'ils ont pris dans le cadre du processus de Luanda. Enfin, la France exprime tout son soutien à la MONUSCO, qui joue un rôle indispensable pour la protection des civils et dont le mandat a été renouvelé à l'unanimité le 20 décembre dernier. Nous condamnons fermement les attaques menées par le M23 à son encontre, qui ont déjà conduit à la mort de plusieurs casques bleus ces derniers jours. Nous rappelons que les attaques contre les casques bleus sont susceptibles de constituer des crimes de guerre. Nous saluons le courage des soldats déployés dans le cadre de la MONUSCO et nous exprimons nos condoléances aux familles de ceux ayant fait le sacrifice ultime, ainsi qu'à l'Afrique du Sud, à l'Uruguay et au Malawi. La France condamne également toutes les mesures qui entravent la capacité de la MONUSCO à mener à bien son mandat, en particulier le déploiement de systèmes de missiles sol-air et de brouillage des signaux GPS dans les zones contrôlées par le M23, avec le soutien direct des forces de défense rwandaises. Monsieur le Président, les réactions de la communauté internationale doivent être à la mesure des conséquences humanitaires et politiques que provoque l'offensive en cours du M23, soutenue par les forces de défense du Rwanda. La France appelle l'ensemble du Conseil de sécurité à se mobiliser et à condamner d'une même voix cette menace grave à la paix et à la sécurité régionale et internationale, comme le secrétaire général des Nations Unies l'a à nouveau fait ce matin dans des termes très clairs. Je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of France for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the A3+ members, Algeria, Guyana, Somalia, and my country, Sierra Leone. We are deeply grateful to USG Jean-Pierre Lacroix, SISG Ms. Bintou Keita, and ASG Joyce Musuya for their thorough and detailed account of the alarming situation in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. We also warmly welcome the participation of Her Excellency Therese Kaikwamba Wagner, Foreign Minister of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the representatives of Rwanda, Angola, Uruguay, South Africa, and Burundi at this important emergency meeting. At the outset, we extend our heartfelt condolences to the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo and the family of General Peter Chiriwami, Governor of North Kivu. Our thoughts are also with the families of the fallen U.S. peacekeepers and the SAMI DRC contingent. We wish a speedy and full recovery to all those injured. We express our unwavering solidarity with the United Nations and humanitarian actors on the ground who continue their essential work under incredibly difficult and dangerous conditions. Mr. President, in recent days, the A3+ has been actively engaging with a broad range of stakeholders to assess how the UN Security Council can best assist the Congolese people in bringing an end to the violence in Eastern DRC, following the breach of the ceasefire by the M23 AFC. Our consultations with the government of the DRC and Rwanda, alongside discussions with the UN Secretariat, has reinforced a singular, undeniable conclusion. The resolution of the conflict in eastern DRC must be political, not military. In this context, we affirm that the Luanda and Nairobi processes remain viable paths to peace. Let us be clear. While we advocate for a political solution, the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Democratic Republic of Congo must be respected by all state and non-state actors alike. In light of the recent development in the DRC, the A3+ would like to underscore the following key points. First, we unequivocally condemn the killing of MONUSCO peacekeepers and Sami DRC military personnel during the current offensive by the M23 AFC rebel group. We commend MONUSCO for maintaining its defensive posture in protecting civilians and fulfilling its mandate. We call for continued coordination between MONUSCO, FARDC, and Sami DRC in line with their mandates and relevant Security Council resolutions. We also strongly condemn the spoofing and jamming of GPS signals used by MONUSCO and demand that the M23/AFC cease such disruptive activities. While the international community rightfully focuses on evacuating its citizens, diplomats, and staff, we must not forget the safety and security of the Congolese people who have nowhere to seek refuge. The protection of millions of Congolese civilians remains a top priority for the A3+, and we urge MONUSCO to continue its vital role in safeguarding both the population and critical infrastructure in Goma. Second, we call on the M23 AFC rebels to immediately cease hostilities, halt their offensive, and return to their designated pre-cantonment areas. The M23 AFC must engage through the Nairobi process and silence their guns. As we have stated, the ultimate resolution to the conflict in eastern DRC lies in political dialogue. In light of recent development, the A3+ calls on all parties to engage meaningfully and in good faith in order to create the conditions for peace. In this context, we call on the government of the DRC to engage in good faith with all relevant stakeholders and commit to the neutralization of the FDLR as outlined in the harmonized plan within the framework of the Luanda process. We call on the government of the DRC and the government of Rwanda to return without preconditions to the diplomatic talks under the Luanda process to achieve a lasting and peaceful resolution of the conflict in the region, including by addressing respective issues pertaining to the neutralization of the FDLR and disengagement of the forces outside the territory of the DRC. Third, we strongly urge those who continue to support the M23's advancement to immediately cease such assistance, as it undermines the long-term peace and stability of both the DRC and the border region. We are deeply concerned about the January 25th communique from the M23 AFC, which can only exacerbate tensions and undermine prospects for peace. The government of the DRC must receive our collective support as a council in its effort to defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity and to ensure the protection of its people. Further, we urge this council to work strenuously to promote meaningful engagement, to de-escalate tensions, and to avoid attributing blame to the parties to the conflict. We further urge proactive support for the Luanda and Nairobi processes. This includes ensuring that no external actors, intentionally or unintentionally, contribute to the perpetration of the conflict between Rwanda and the DRC, including through the provision of weaponry and other resources. Fourth, we emphasize the urgent need to resume the Nairobi process. We call on the DRC government to be fully committed to the process, and we encourage continued African leadership for engaging all relevant stakeholders and revitalizing the process with the full backing of the international community. Mr. President, as we call for an end to the M23 AFC offensive, the international community must take immediate action to support MONUSCO in alleviating the severe humanitarian crisis in eastern DRC. According to OCHA, there are currently 6.5 million displaced persons in the country, with over 34,000 newly displaced individuals seeking refuge around Goma. Emergency hospitals in Goma are overwhelmed, with more than 290 individuals wounded, including 90 civilians, many of whom have life-threatening injuries. We must rally behind MONUSCO and other UN agencies to provide vital medical assistance. We are deeply concerned that 80% of Goma's electricity and water supply has been damaged due to the M23 AFC offensive. Furthermore, 400,000 children are currently out of school as a result of the closure of educational institutions in the region. In closing, Mr. President, we wish to express our gratitude to His Excellency President João Lourenço of Angola and former President Uhuru Kenyatta of Kenya for their unwavering commitment to peace in Eastern DRC and their important contributions under the Luanda and Nairobi processes, respectively. We also echo the call of His Excellency Mustafaki, chairpersons of the African Union Commission, urging all parties to engage in the ongoing peace efforts under the auspices of the Luanda and Nairobi processes. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Sierra Leone for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of United States.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to today's briefers, and in particular to SRSG Keita for your steadfast leadership of MONUSCO amid a clear and deliberate escalation of the conflict in eastern DRC. Thank you also to ASG Masuya, and I welcome the participation of the DRC Minister of Foreign Affairs in this meeting. Colleagues, we condemn in the strongest terms Rwanda's and M23's hostilities on Goma and attacks on Sake. We urgently call for a ceasefire and an end to this fighting, which has endangered civilians and further displaced tens of thousands more as hundreds of thousands flee the fighting. The United States commends the MONUSCO leadership for taking such robust steps to defend Sake and Goma from Rwanda and M23's advances. We express our deepest condolences to the families of all of the peacekeepers lost during these attacks, and we commend all MONUSCO personnel for their bravery in protecting civilians during this ongoing assault. Rwanda's use of advanced weaponry and systems, including GPS jamming and spoofing, have interfered with the humanitarian response, endangered MONUSCO, and continue to endanger those fleeing from the violence. These actions must stop immediately. The indiscriminate use of artillery has endangered civilians, with bombs falling on and near IDP sites. Congolese and Rwandan leadership, as well as leaders of the M23 and other armed groups, must issue clear orders not to target civilians and to respect the civilian character of IDP sites. Colleagues, there is no military solution to the conflict in eastern DRC. To achieve a durable peace, all parties must honor their commitments to the Luanda process and the terms laid out by Angolan President Lourenço and return to the negotiating table. We call for the swift operationalization of the reinforced ad hoc verification mechanism. We also support the efforts of former President Kenyatta to mediate with M23. All sides of this conflict must respect the ceasefire in place since August and act swiftly to end this fighting. We call on all partners in the Great Lakes region to use the diplomatic tools at their disposal to reinforce this message. All actors must also respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the DRC and put an end to all forms of support to armed groups, whether Congolese or foreign. All parties must uphold human rights and international humanitarian law and ensure immediate and unfettered access to populations in need of humanitarian assistance. The United States remains alarmed by the findings of the recent report of the UN Group of Experts detailing the consolidation of parallel administrations, forced recruitments, and the illicit exploitation of mining areas in M23 controlled territories. And we reiterate in unequivocal terms our condemnation of hate speech and xenophobia, as well as ethnic-based politics. The United States will consider all the tools at its disposal in order to hold accountable those responsible for sustaining armed conflict, instability, and insecurity in the DRC. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Greece.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank USG Lacroix, SRSG Ms. Keita and ASG Ms. Musuya for briefing us on this urgent meeting today. I would also like to welcome the participation of the Honourable Foreign Minister of the Democratic Republic of Congo in our meeting. Greece commends SRSG Keita and MONUSCO for the continued efforts in these extremely difficult circumstances amidst the escalating crisis in the region. We follow developments closely also through our embassy in Kinshasa, since we have also Greek citizens residing in Goma. Allow me to emphasize 4 key points. First, we strongly condemn the recent flagrant violation of the ceasefire and the subsequent M23's further advance in North Kivu. M23 must reverse the territorial expansion immediately and hold the encirclement of the town of Goma. Threats by M23 of seizing Goma are completely unacceptable. Moreover, as the Secretary General stressed also in his today's statements, the presence of Rwandan troops on Congolese soil and the support to the M23 are very concerning. We call on Rwanda to cease its support for the M23 and to withdraw its forces now, and we reiterate that the sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity of the DRC must be fully respected. Second, in the next stage, peace cannot be attained without the withdrawal of Rwandan forces and the neutralization of the FDLR by the DRC. It is more imperative than ever that both DRC and particularly Rwanda commit to the ceasefire, re-engage sincerely in the political dialogue, and implement all decisions and commitments agreed under the Luanda process. We commend Angola's President Lorenzo for his continued efforts for peace, and we believe that he deserved the Council's support. As a point of principle, my country, Greece, believes that and supports that African-led solutions are needed to address African issues. Third, the Council ought to focus on humanitarian conditions, especially in North Kivu, that remain very dire. All parties must respect international humanitarian law and ensure unrestricted humanitarian access. Fourth, we express our deepest condolences to the families of the peacekeepers killed and to the troop contributing countries, South Africa, Malawi, and Uruguay. We hope for a speedy recovery of the peacekeepers injured. We emphasize that attacks against peacekeepers may constitute potential war crimes and that attacks against MONUSCO peacekeepers form also a basis for sanctions designations. Finally, MONUSCO must be granted full access and freedom of movement to effectively fulfill its mandate and address urgent needs. The protection of civilians and humanitarian personnel must remain an absolute priority. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Greece for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Slovenia.
Thank you, President. I thank USG Lacroix, Special Representative Keita, and ASG Msuya for their updates on the alarming situation in the eastern DRC. No words could truly capture the depth and gravity of the situation that we are witnessing in North Kivu as we speak. We must not and we cannot remain indifferent or silent to what is happening. Mr. President, Slovenia is deeply alarmed by the recent rapid escalation of violence in the eastern DRC. The seizure of vast territories, the displacement of hundreds of thousands of civilians, and the blatant violation of international law are direct assault on regional peace and stability. They undermine the Luanda and Nairobi processes and constitute breach of the ceasefire agreements. The capture of Minova and Sake alongside the looming threat of Goma raises deep alarm and carries catastrophic security and humanitarian consequences. We categorically condemn the actions of the M23 and demand the immediate cessation of all hostilities. We call on them to immediately stop attacks on Goma and halt any plans to seize any part of entire city. we call for the full and unconditional withdrawal of the forces from the territories that they have seized. We reiterate our strong call on Rwanda to immediately cease its support to M23 and fully withdraw its forces from the DRC territory. Any unauthorized military presence in the DRC is a flagrant violation of international law, the UN Charter, and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the DRC. At the same time, we urge the DRC to cease all cooperation with the FDLR and other armed groups, honoring their commitments under international law and regional arrangements. We urge Rwanda and the DRC to take decisive actions to de-escalate tensions in their relations, to re-engage in dialogue, and place the highest priority on peace, stability, and the well-being of the region. The consequences of displacement are severe. Concerns over heightened vulnerability of women and children facing the abhorrent risk of sexual and gender-based violence are high. We strongly warn against deepening ethnic divisions, including hate speech. We remind all parties of their obligations and call on them to uphold international humanitarian and human rights law, ensuring protection of civilians and refraining from any actions, including the use of heavy firepower, which has devastating effects on densely populated areas, including displacement camps. Mr. President, we unequivocally condemn the attacks and threats against MONUSCO and their personnel, as well as SEMI-DRC, in the strongest possible terms. We mourn the tragic loss of those who have made the ultimate sacrifice and extend our condolences to their families. We stand in solidarity with the wounded, wishing them a swift recovery. These acts are not just an affront to those who serve in MONUSCO and may amount to war crimes, but they are also an assault to the very values of the international community and an attack on peace itself. They call for justice and accountability. We extend our gratitude to all troops and police contributing countries for their sacrifice and contribution to the UN efforts in the DRC. We stand with them in these difficult times. Mr. President, a little over a month ago, all 15 members of this Council raised their hands in unison to renew MONUSCO's mandate. That vote was not only symbolic. It was a commitment to the women and men peacekeepers in uniform and beyond, whose foremost duty is the protection of civilians in Eastern DRC and supporting peace efforts in the Eastern DRC. They have put their own lives at risk on a daily basis. Today, these very women and men, alongside millions of innocent civilians, face mortal threats. We mourn the tragic loss of those who have made the ultimate sacrifice, and we stand with others in solidarity. Colleagues, the international community and this Council cannot afford to remain passive in the face of the crisis. We have clearly heard calls from the field to the Council to send a clear message. It is our responsibility to stand unequivocally behind them. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Slovenia for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. Let me start by thanking all the briefers today, and in particular, to extend my thanks to SOSG Keita for her steadfast leadership. I welcome the participation of DRC Foreign Minister Wagner at our meeting, as well as the representatives of Rwanda, Angola, Uruguay, and South Africa. President, MONUSCO peacekeepers and personnel work bravely to deliver this Council's mandate in the most difficult of circumstances. The United Kingdom reiterates clearly today that attacks on UN peacekeepers are absolutely unacceptable and may constitute war crimes. We also recall that planning, directing, sponsoring, or conducting attacks against MONUSCO peacekeepers may constitute a basis for UN sanctions designations. The UK extends its sympathies to the families of the Blue Helmets from South Africa and Uruguay who've lost their lives serving in MONUSCO. and we extend our best wishes for a full recovery to those peacekeepers who've been injured. The UK also extends its condolences to the families of all troops from the Southern African Development Community mission in DRC who've lost their lives in support of DRC's stability and security. As we do so, we fully acknowledge the numbers of those lost and injured is changing by the hour. It is a critical moment for DRC and for the region. President, I would now like to make 3 points. First, the UK once again condemns the violent actions of all armed groups, including FDLR and M23. We are deeply concerned by the scale and pace of recent M23 and Rwandan Defence Forces advances in eastern DRC. In December, this Council renewed MONUSCO's mandate. And in the 4 weeks since, M23's unacceptable offensive and that of the Rwandan Defence Forces through North and South Kivu has resulted in the capture of several towns and villages. As we've heard, hundreds of thousands of civilians have been displaced, and violence has intensified as a result. We are also deeply alarmed by M23's declaration that they intend to take Goma, a city where the humanitarian situation is already catastrophic. The rising number of displaced people resulting from M23's territorial expansion has placed further pressure on crowded IDP camps and exacerbates the challenges faced by humanitarian actors. This morning, the UK Foreign Secretary spoke with President Kagame and called for urgent de-escalation, outlining the need for Rwanda and DRC to urgently return to the negotiating table. Now more than ever, it is critical that MONUSCO is able to deliver its mandate. M23 attacks on peacekeepers, with support from the RDF, must stop immediately. These attacks prevent the force from being able to discharge its Security Council mandated mission to protect civilians. Rwandan spoofing and jamming of GPS signals, which obstruct UN and humanitarian operations, must also stop. We urge all parties to remember their obligations under international humanitarian law. Finally, President, the United Kingdom once again extends its thanks to Angola for its leadership on mediation efforts. We encourage DRC and Rwanda to return to the negotiating table and to focus on making tangible progress on delivering on their commitments under the concept of operations. There can be no military solution. Fighting must stop, civilians must be protected, and the parties should engage in good faith in the political process. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. SRSG Keita, thank you for your briefing today. MONUSCO is facing immense pressure. Denmark greatly appreciates your continued leadership and engagement. Let me also thank ASG Msoya, and through her, the entire humanitarian community in the DRC, and USG Lacroix and the Department of Peace Operations for their tireless work in support of our peacekeepers. And I welcome the presence of Her Excellency Foreign Minister Wagner in today's meeting. Let me first express Denmark's deepest condolences to the families, friends, and comrades of the brave peacekeepers who have paid the ultimate sacrifice in the service of peace. Mr. President, as we speak, the M23, with the support of Rwandan Defence Forces, are advancing towards Goma. Denmark condemns, in the strongest terms, the M23's offensive in Goma and its recent captures of Minova and Sake. The human suffering this has caused and will cause is unconscionable. Let there be no doubt. This offensive, as well as Rwanda's military presence in the DRC, are clear violations of the terms agreed in the ceasefire, clear violations of the UN Charter, and clear violations of the territorial integrity of the DRC. We call on the M23 and RDF to cease the operations and withdraw from all occupied areas immediately. Mr. President, MONUSCO is operated under extremely difficult circumstances. It faces a hostile opposition that uses GPS interference and increasingly complex weaponry. This not only severely restricts the mission's operations, but also delays humanitarian aid delivery and complicates access to the most vulnerable civilian populations. Let me be very clear. Denmark deplores, in the strongest terms, any attacks against blue helmets, UN staff, and their humanitarian partners. Such attacks are unacceptable and a violation of international law and may constitute war crimes. Mr. President, Eastern DRC has long contended with a multitude of crises. The humanitarian situation is catastrophic. With M23's advance from its surrounding areas, civilians sought protection in overburdened and overcrowded IDP camps in Goma. Widespread sexual and gender-based violence, child recruitments, hate speech and xenophobia, summary killings and other persistent violations of international humanitarian law, as well as violations and abuse of human rights, have been reported and extensively documented. We express our deep concern for the protection of civilians. We call on all parties to immediately comply with international humanitarian law and international human rights law. All responsible parties must be held to account, and the protection of civilians, including human rights defenders, journalists, and civil society, must be ensured. There is an urgent need to guarantee the security of all medical workers and humanitarian personnel, including in IDP camps. Humanitarian access and corridors must be ensured. That goes both for those fleeing and for those staying. Mr. President, the DRC has faced instability and conflict for more than 3 decades. We are now at the brink of a more widespread conflict, with unspeakable devastation, not just for the Congolese people, but for the whole region. We urge all parties to act and engage in good faith and to immediately recommit to the existing, robust processes in place to resolve the conflict. We echo the statements made by the Secretary General and urge the DRC and Rwanda to remain fully engaged in the Luanda process. Momentum must be maintained on the neutralization of the FDLR and withdrawal of Rwandan forces, as well as the swift application of the reinforced ad hoc verification mechanism. We urge Rwanda to send its representative to the mechanism immediately. Denmark expresses its full support to both the Luanda process and the Nairobi process. We strongly urge Rwanda to immediately cease its support to the M23 and withdraw its forces, and for the DRC to immediately cease its support to the FDLR, both of which have been consistently documented by the group of experts on the DRC. Illegal exploitation of national resources in the eastern DRC is a key driver to instability in Great Lakes region. This must end. We encourage Rwanda and DRC to investigate and prosecute all actors and networks involved. Mr. President, to conclude, as we speak, the Congolese people are suffering that long predates this meeting, this current offensive, and which has deep historical ties. They are looking to this Council to act. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Denmark for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
谢谢主席，我感谢凯塔特别代表拉克鲁瓦副秘书长、姆苏亚助理秘书长所做的通报。近日，刚果金东部地区紧张事态急剧升级 ，M23在北基伍地区不断发动攻势，接连占领马西西、米诺亚、塞卡等重要城镇，造成大量平民伤亡和流离失所。令人震惊的是 ，M23对连岗团营地发动炮击，造成3名联合国维和人员死亡，多名维和人员受伤。南共体驻港部队也出现严重伤亡。中方谴责 M23针对当地平民和维和人员的袭击，对失去生命的维和人员表示哀悼，向伤者表示慰问。针对当前港东局势，我愿强调以下几点：第一，中方强烈要求 M23立即停止进攻。当前 M23仍不断发动袭击，并公开声称要占领格马，中方对此严重关切， 对战事可能进一步升级深感不安。M23有关行动严重违反停火协议，危害地区和平稳定。中方呼吁 M23切实遵守停火协议，停止诉诸武力，撤出占领区，回到政治解决的轨道。任何外部力量都应避免向 M23等武装团体提供军事支持，防止局势进一步恶化。第二，要将保护平民作为重中之重。国际人道法是必须遵守的底线。不论 M23实施武装进攻出于何种诉求，希望达到什么目的，都不应以平民的生命为代价，不应袭击平民和民用设施。目前已经有大批平民逃离家园避难，人道物资严重短缺，国际社会应及时提供所需的人道援助。M23必须保障人道物资通道的开放和畅通。第三，要支持联钢团根据授权履职。联钢团处在冲突的前沿，正根据安理会决议授权执行维和行动。M23不得威胁维和人员的安全，对维和人员的攻击可能构成战争罪。中方支持联钢团加强在萨凯、格马等地的防御措施，反对干扰 GPS 信号等阻碍联钢团履职的行为。我们也呼吁各方不要散播针对联钢团和维和人员的错误和虚假信息。第四，要坚定支持地区斡旋努力，当前形势下加大斡旋调解更加紧迫。三方峰会虽被推迟，但卢安达进程仍是解决冈东问题的有效平台。中方期待刚果金和卢旺达两国坚持外交对话渠道，加强沟通，找到持久的和平方案。中方支持安哥拉等有关方继续加大外交努力，推动局势降温。希望秘书长刚果金问题特别代表凯塔同秘书长大湖地区特使夏黄加强协调，为卢安达和内罗毕进程提供更大支持。主席，中方重申坚定支持刚果金主权和领土完整，支持刚果金政府维护国家安全的努力。我们支持安理会尽快发出一致声音，为推动冈东地区危机缓和、维护地区局势稳定创造有利条件。谢谢主席。
I thank the representative of China for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Pakistan delegation thanks you for convening this urgent meeting of the Security Council. We thank Under-Secretary General Lacroix, SRSG Bintu Keita, and ASG Masuya for their briefings describing the very disturbing situation in eastern DRC. We welcome the participation of the Foreign Minister of the DRC at this meeting, as well as the representatives of Rwanda, Angola, and other countries. I would like to make the following points. First, Pakistan supports the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the DRC in accordance with the principles of the UN Charter. We deplore any foreign intervention in its internal affairs. We call for the withdrawal of Rwandan forces from the territory of the DRC. Second, we strongly condemn the attacks in North and now South Kivu by the M23. The M23 has captured Sake and encircled Goma, causing sizable civilian casualties, as well as attacking United Nations and African peacekeepers several of whom have been killed or injured. These attacks on civilians and on UN peacekeepers deployed under the mandate of the Security Council constitute war crimes, and those responsible for perpetrating, supporting, or sponsoring these attacks must be held accountable. We demand that the M23 halt its attacks immediately, withdraw from the areas it has occupied, and observe the ceasefire agreement of 31st July 2024, as well as to end its GPS jamming and spoofing. We express our condolences to South Africa, Uruguay, and to the families of the peacekeepers who have lost their lives in the noble cause of preserving peace and security. Third, we urge that adequate and urgent response be made to the humanitarian crisis that is being faced in eastern DRC. Assistance must reach all those affected by the M23 offensive, and access must be ensured by all parties, including the M23, to the civilian and others in need of such assistance. Fourth, we admire the bravery of our peacekeepers. At the same time, we urge MONUSCO and the United Nations to take immediate measures to ensure the safety and security of not only civilians, but also the United Nations and other peacekeeping units which are in eastern DRC. We are particularly concerned for the Pakistani artillery battery located in Sake and in adjacent areas. It is highly exposed and without supporting forces to defend itself against the M23 forces. This unit should be quickly redeployed for the safety of its personnel and of its heavy and expensive equipment, which must not fall into the hands of the rebel force. Redeployment will also enable the unit to provide support to the DRC forces more effectively. Such redeployment needs to be done immediately and while it is still possible. Fifth, the UN, MONUSCO, and DRC forces must develop an effective military strategy to counter the M23, which outnumbers the DRC and the peacekeepers and has more advanced capabilities. We must ensure respect for MONUSCO and its forces, not only in the region, but within the DRC itself. Pakistan feels that the withdrawal from South Kivu, which saw the withdrawal of Pakistani blue helmets from there, was hasty and influenced by political considerations. I must recall that our troops had succeeded in maintaining peace and order in South Kivu. We need to strengthen MONUSCO and equip it with the capabilities to respond to the challenges which it is facing in eastern DRC. Without adequate reinforcements, equipment, and political support, especially from within DRC, the UN and other peacekeepers cannot be expected to implement their challenging mandate assigned to them by the Council. Sixth, we call on the DRC and Rwanda to resume the dialogue under the Luanda process, ably led by His Excellency President Lourenço of Angola. This process has made encouraging progress We regret that the 15 December summit did not take place. It should be urgently reconvened. The understandings reached under the Luanda process, the neutralization of the FDLR and the withdrawal of Rwandan forces from DRC should be maintained and implemented even as the challenge posed by the M23 is confronted and ended. We also hope that reconciliation within DRC will be achieved through the Nairobi process under the able leadership of former President Kenyatta of Kenya. We extend our full support to the Special Envoy for the Great Lakes region in promoting dialogue to resolve the conflict in eastern DRC. Finally, Mr. President, we urge that the Security Council address the root cause of the conflict in eastern DRC, that is, the illegal exploitation of its natural resources. This requires greater oversight and traceability mechanisms, working in coordination with the DRC government and regional and international partners, and encouraged and supported by the Security Council. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Господин председатель, благодарим Жан-Пьера Лакруа, Бинту Кейту и Джойн Сую за их брифинги. Приветствуем участие в заседании министра иностранных дел Демократической Республики Конго Терезы Вагнер, представителей Руанды и Анголы, ЮАР, Уругвая и Бурунди. Господин председатель, мы глубоко озабочены нынешней эскалацией со стороны М-23 и осуждаем ее. Из-за этих действий страдает прежде всего гражданское население. Выражаем соболезнования семьям погибших граждан ДРК. Сейчас мы также вынуждены наблюдать за очередной волной перемещенных лиц. Их количество, по последним данным ООН, превысило 400 тысяч человек. Многие из этих людей уже были внутренне перемещенными лицами и проживали в лагерях беженцев в тяжелейших условиях. Особую озабоченность у нас вызывает использование в районе боестолкновений продвинутых систем вооружений, задействование тяжелой артиллерии вблизи объектов гражданской инфраструктуры. С тревогой отмечаем и продолжение применения средств радиоэлектронной борьбы, что создает угрозу, в том числе и для гражданской авиации. К сожалению, уже несет потери миссии ООН по стабилизации ДРК. Выражаем соболезнования семьям погибших миротворцев из Южной Африки и Уругвая, а также правительствам этих стран. Желаем скорейшего выздоровления раненым из других контингентов. Россия безоговорочно осуждает нападение на голубые каски. В результате одного из них в марте 2022 года погиб наш соотечественник, старший группы российских военных наблюдателей Алексей Мизюров. Выражаем нашу поддержку и признательность миссии ООН по стабилизации ДРК, ее руководству и миротворцам. Мы также выражаем глубочайшие соболезнования семьям павших борцов сообщества развития Юга Африки из ЮАР и Малави. Россия солидарна с правительством этих стран и контингентом САДК. Желаем скорейшего выздоровления раненым. Нынешняя эскалация после провала саммита в Луанде в конце прошлого года – яркое свидетельство того, какую цену приходится платить, когда не срабатывают политические инструменты. Призываем к незамедлительному прекращению боевых действий, возвращению Руанды и ДРК за стол переговоров при ангольском посредничестве, а также подтверждению сторонами приверженности взаимным обязательствам в рамках луандийского процесса. При этом хотели бы подчеркнуть, что реальный прогресс на дипломатическом треке станет возможным только после прекращения государственного взаимодействия с незаконными вооруженными формированиями. Прежде всего это касается М-23 и демократических сил освобождения Руанды. Будут ли параметры этого процесса определены в рамках перезапуска Найробийского процесса или в результате продвижения других инициатив, решать Руанде и Демократической Республике Конго. Однако очевидно, что этот вопрос требует комплексного подхода и определенной гибкости с обеих сторон. Без его решения устойчивую и жизнеспособную формулу политического урегулирования конфликта не найти. И делать это надо без промедления, чтобы избежать худшего. Господин председатель, нельзя также забывать, что центральный элемент кризиса – незаконная эксплуатация конголезских природных ресурсов. Ни для кого не секрет, что сейчас происходит в богатом колтаном в районе Рубая, которая находится под контролем Н-23. Всем также хорошо известно, что в этот преступный бизнес вовлечены другие группировки и внешние игроки, которых мы с вами все прекрасно знаем, и которые обогащаются за счет контрабанды кровавых природных ресурсов с востока ДРК. Мы убеждены, что борьба за доступ к стратегически важным конголезским минералам является одной из причин продолжения наблюдаемого нами кризиса. Вновь призываем страны, имеющие политическое и экономическое влияние в регионе, использовать его и поработать с основными протагонистами. Это может способствовать оперативному прекращению эскалации, что хорошо продемонстрировала ситуация, с которой мы имели дело в 2012-2013 годах. Одновременно вместе с другими членами Совета Безопасности продолжим работать над согласованием адекватной реакции на те события, которые сейчас происходят на востоке ДРК. Надеемся, что нам удастся подобрать такие формулировки, которые бы способствовали прекращению страданий гражданского населения и возвращению к переговорам. В завершение хочу сказать, что нам также нельзя забывать о том, что нестабильность в регионе Великих озер во многом наследие колониального периода. Именно тогда метрополиями того времени были заложены мины замедленного действия, от которых регион страдает до сих пор. Мы видим, как конголезцы устали от насилия и как сильно они хотят просто жить и работать на своей земле. Россия, как постоянный член Совета Безопасности, сделает все возможное, чтобы приблизить этот долгожданный момент. Благодарю вас.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation. I now give the floor to the representative of Panama.
Señor presidente, mi delegación agradece las gestiones de la presidencia de este Consejo por convocar a esta reunión de emergencia para abordar la alarmante situación en la República Democrática del Congo. También queremos dar la bienvenida a la ministra de Relaciones Exteriores de la República Democrática del Congo ante esta situación. Reconocemos y valoramos el informe de la representante especial del secretario general en la República Democrática del Congo y jefa de la MONUSCO, Bintou Keita, cuyo liderazgo resulta crucial en estos momentos críticos. También expresamos nuestra solidaridad ante las amenazas que nos ha comunicado hoy, las cuales son inaceptables para la República de Panamá. Extendemos también nuestro agradecimiento al secretario general adjunto de Operaciones de Paz, Jean-Pierre Lacroix, y a la subsecretaria general Joyce Msuya por sus valiosas contribuciones en este complejo escenario que ha afectado directamente a cientos de miles de vidas humanas desplazadas. Panamá expresa su profunda preocupación por la escalada del conflicto en el este de la República Democrática del Congo, marcada por los recientes avances del grupo rebelde Movimiento 23 de Marzo, en Kibú del Norte, lo que ha agravado aún más la ya frágil situación humanitaria y de seguridad. La reciente ofensiva del 23 de enero ha intensificado el desplazamiento masivo de civiles hacia Goma y ha causado pérdidas irreparables, incluyendo la trágica muerte del gobernador militar de Kibú del Norte, el general de división Peter Sirimwani. Los avances del M23, así como la consolidación de administraciones locales de facto, no solo representan una seria amenaza para la estabilidad de la región, sino que también desafían directamente los esfuerzos internacionales de mediación y paz como los enmarcados en el proceso de Luanda y el proceso de Nairobi. Condenamos enérgicamente las acciones del M23 y de todos aquellos que, directa o indirectamente, alimentan esta crisis. Es urgente que todos los actores actúen con responsabilidad y cesen de inmediato cualquier forma de apoyo a los grupos armados. De lo contrario, el sufrimiento del pueblo congoleño se intensificará aún más. Señor presidente, estos acontecimientos también ponen en riesgo las vidas del personal de la ONU y restringen su capacidad para cumplir con su mandato de manera efectiva. Ante este panorama, resulta fundamental que este Consejo fortalezca su respaldo a la MONUSCO y hable al unísono, garantizando los recursos y el apoyo necesarios para responder a los desafíos actuales y proteger a las poblaciones más vulnerables. Rechazamos y condenamos enérgicamente los ataques perpetrados contra el personal de las Naciones Unidas. Asimismo, lamentamos profundamente la trágica pérdida de vidas de cascos azules en los recientes enfrentamientos ocurridos durante las operaciones en la provincia de Kivu del Norte, en la República Democrática del Congo. Expresamos nuestra profunda solidaridad y sentido pésame a los gobiernos y pueblos de Sudáfrica, Malawi y Uruguay por estas irreparables pérdidas humanas. También acompañamos a las familias en este momento tan difícil. Honramos la valentía y el sacrificio de quienes con un compromiso ejemplar dedicaron sus esfuerzos a la noble misión de preservar la paz y la seguridad internacionales. Reconocemos y agradecemos a los países que han aportado tropas a la misión de estabilización de las Naciones Unidas en la República Democrática del Congo, contribuyendo al mandato de proteger a los civiles y fomentar la estabilidad en el país. Señor presidente, distinguidos colegas, hacemos un llamado contundente a todas las partes involucradas para que respeten plenamente el alto al fuego, a cesar las hostilidades de inmediato y que honren los compromisos dispuestos en los procesos de Luanda y Nairobi. Asimismo, reiteramos la necesidad urgente de reanudar las negociaciones bajo el proceso de Nairobi, reconociendo que el diálogo inclusivo que contemple a todos los actores relevantes es esencial para alcanzar una solución política duradera. Presidente, para finalizar, Panamá reafirma su firme e inquebrantable compromiso con la soberanía e integridad territorial de la República Democrática del Congo. Creemos que un enfoque integral y coordinado que combine el liderazgo de los mecanismos regionales con el respaldo decidido de este Consejo es esencial para poner fin a la violencia y aliviar el sufrimiento del pueblo congoleño. Presidente, el tiempo se agota. No podemos permitir que las promesas de paz se diluyan en la inacción. Hoy más que nunca es imperativo que la comunidad internacional intensifique sus esfuerzos para fortalecer la capacidad operativa de la MONUSCO. La historia no juzgará nuestra intención, sino nuestras acciones. Solo con un compromiso firme y acciones concretas podremos allanar el camino hacia la paz. Muchas gracias.
I thank the representative of Panama for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President, for convening this urgent meeting. I thank SRSG Keita, the USG Lacroix, ASG Msuya for their timely briefings. I also welcome Foreign Minister Wagner of the DRC, as well as the representatives of Rwanda, Angola, Uruguay, South Africa, and Burundi to this meeting. At the outset, the Republic of Korea expresses its deepest condolences and sympathies to the bereaved families and nations of all peacekeepers who have sacrificed their lives in fulfilling their mandate. We also wish a speedy and full recovery to all those injured. I would like to underscore 4 points today concerning the devastating developments on the ground. First, we condemn in the strongest possible terms the ongoing offensive by the M23 in North Kivu and demand the M23 to immediately cease its unjustifiable attacks. The M23's attempts to capture Goma, a city of around 2 million people, through advances along 3 different axes, have intensified civilian suffering. In the past week alone, as the group has expanded its territory by 11%, the number of IDPs has doubled to 400,000. These actions clearly violate the ceasefire established under the Luanda process, inevitably provoking retaliatory measures by the FARDC. The M23's establishment of parallel administrations in DRC territory also constitute egregious violations of the DRC's sovereignty and territorial integrity. These actions must cease immediately. Second, Rwanda must stop all forms of support to the M23, and unauthorized foreign military forces must withdraw from the DRC without delay. Otherwise, consequences will only lead to further violence and instability, not only in eastern DRC, but also in the larger Great Lakes region. Furthermore, the involvement of Burundian and other forces, coupled with the opening of new battlefronts in South Kivu, where MONUSCO has already withdrawn, significantly heightens the risk of this rapidly expanding crisis escalating into a full-scale regional conflict. Third, the safety and security of peacekeepers must be upheld as a requisite priority in carrying out their mandates. In this light, we strongly condemn the attacks against the positions and bases of MONUSCO and the SAMI DRC, which have already resulted in numerous casualties. The use of GPS jamming and spoofing, along with the deployment of surface-to-air missiles, is particularly alarming. Credible reports implicating Rwanda in these hostile acts are profoundly troubling. These actions gravely undermine the safety and security of UN peacekeepers and significantly hinder MONUSCO's ability to fulfill its key mandate of protecting civilians. We take this opportunity to reiterate that attacks against peacekeepers may constitute war crimes, and the involvement in such acts warrant sanctions designations in accordance with Security Council resolutions. Fourth, we call on the DRC and Rwanda to return to dialogue and fully implement their commitments under the Luanda process. The postponement of the tripartite summit planned for December was disappointing, but it must not undermine the progress achieved thus far. We recognize the differing interests of the DRC and Rwanda, but further escalation of tensions is simply unacceptable. Many lives are at stake. We reaffirm our unwavering support for President Lourenço of Angola and his important mediation efforts. All commitments under the Luanda process must be upheld, including the neutralization of the FDLR and the disengagement of forces. The operationalization of the reinforced ad hoc verification mechanism is essential to ensure strict compliance with the ceasefire. In conclusion, Mr. President, as we stand on the precipice of even greater violence and instability in eastern DRC, my delegation reiterates our urgent appeal for de-escalation and for all parties to step back from the brink. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Therese Kayikwamba Wagner, State Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Francophonie of the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, distingués membres du Conseil, permettez-moi, au nom du gouvernement et du peuple de la République démocratique du Congo, d'exprimer nos remerciements pour la convocation de cette réunion dans un si bref délai. Nous saluons l'engagement de la présidence algérienne et nous reconnaissons la contribution des États-Unis lors de la précédente présidence. Nous exprimons également notre gratitude au secrétaire général des Nations Unies Son Excellence Antonio Guterres et saluons les contributions essentielles de Mme Bintou Keïta, M. Jean-Pierre Lacroix et Mme Joyce Msuya, dont les efforts soutiennent la paix et la sécurité dans notre pays. Avant de poursuivre mon intervention, je souhaiterais marquer une pause pour rendre hommage au sacrifice ultime consenti au cours des dernières 72 heures par les soldats de la paix de la MONUSCO et de la Communauté de développement d'Afrique australe SADC en République démocratique du Congo. J'honore également la bravoure des forces armées de la République démocratique du Congo et la mémoire des populations congolaises civiles martyrisées par le Rwanda. Monsieur le Président, distingués membres du Conseil, l'histoire nous convoque aujourd'hui ici dans cette enceinte où se scelle le destin des nations. Elle ne tolère ni l'indifférence ni l'hésitation. Ce que traverse la République démocratique du Congo n'est pas un conflit parmi d'autres, mais une agression délibérée et méthodique contre un État souverain. Une violation flagrante des principes fondateurs de cette organisation et une atteinte intolérable à la paix et à la sécurité internationale. La République démocratique du Congo attend légitimement de ce Conseil qu'il agisse avec fermeté et diligence pour protéger la paix et la sécurité internationale et imposer le droit international, un pouvoir qui lui est exclusivement conféré par la Charte des Nations Unies. Monsieur le Président, en cet instant même, alors que je me tiens devant vous, une attaque d'une gravité inouïe se déroule sous les yeux du monde. De nouvelles troupes rwandaises ont franchi les bornes 12 et 13 du poste frontalier séparant Goma de Gisenyi, pénétrant sur notre territoire en plein jour, dans une violation ouverte et délibérée de notre souveraineté nationale. C'est une agression frontale, une déclaration de guerre qui ne se cache plus derrière des artifices diplomatiques. À Goma, les forces armées de la République démocratique du Congo, soutenues par les troupes des Nations Unies et de la SADC, défendent la ville et sa population sur plusieurs fronts, avec la bravoure et la détermination que seule la juste et noble cause de défendre son droit légitime d'exister peut insuffler. Mais ce combat ne se limite pas au champ de bataille. Plus de 3 millions de civils, ainsi que des humanitaires, sont pris en otage par les agresseurs, utilisés comme des boucliers dans une stratégie cynique de terreur et de chaos. Les signes ne trompent pas, le Rwanda se prépare à orchestrer un carnage à ciel ouvert, avec une brutalité qui rappelle les heures les plus sombres de notre histoire. Il est impératif que les combats cessent immédiatement. Chaque heure qui passe rapproche notre région d'une tragédie d'une ampleur insoutenable. Nous refusons de voir se répéter le cauchemar de 1996, ce chapitre sombre de l'histoire africaine que nous pensions clos. Aujourd'hui, les victimes ne sont pas seulement congolaises. Cette attaque est dirigée contre l'Afrique tout entière, que dis-je, contre l'humanité entière. Les balles rwandaises frappent indistinctement les Sud-Africains, les Tanzaniens, les Malawites, les Burundais, les Uruguayens, tous frères et sœurs venus pour la paix. Et que dire de vous, membres de ce Conseil? Cette agression ne vise pas seulement la République démocratique du Congo, elle est dirigée contre vous. Votre mission, contre vos soldats de la paix que vous avez mandatés pour protéger et non pour être pris pour cible. Laissez-moi être clair, chaque minute qui passe sans action décisive de ce Conseil est une victoire pour l'agresseur. Chaque hésitation fragilise la crédibilité des Nations Unies et condamne des innocents à l'indicible. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, le monde vous regarde, il est temps d'agir. Depuis le 6 janvier 2025, les forces de défense du Rwanda et leurs supplétifs du M23 intensifient leurs attaques en violation flagrante du cessez-le-feu du 4 août 2024, occupant les localités stratégiques telles que Katale, Louchébéré, Massissi Centre, avant de progresser vers Bweremana, Minova et Kalungu. Ces attaques aggravent une situation humanitaire déjà catastrophique, provoquant le déplacement de millions de Congolais et visant à chasser les civils de leur foyer pour établir une administration parallèle et modifier la configuration de la région. À Goma, les RDF ont délibérément coupé les lignes d'approvisionnement en électricité et en eau, bloqué les routes d'accès stratégiques et utilisé les brouilleurs GPS mettant en danger les vols civils et humanitaires. Le 19 janvier 2025, l'hôpital de Médecins sans frontières à Massissi Centre a été frappé par une roquette, blessant 2 humanitaires. Ces actes, comme les attaques répétées contre les camps de déplacés, illustrent une violation manifeste du droit international humanitaire et révèlent l'objectif des RDF et du M23. Semer la terreur et paralyser l'assistance humanitaire. Nous mettons en garde contre le piège du prétexte fallacieux avancé par le gouvernement rwandais qui brandit la protection d'une de nos nombreuses minorités comme justification de son ingérence. La réalité est tout autre. Aujourd'hui, dans les camps de déplacés congolais, les victimes sont de toutes les ethnies, y compris les Tutsis congolais qui subissent le même sort tragique que leurs concitoyens face à la violence des forces armées rwandaises et du M23. Alors que nous faisons face à cette catastrophe humanitaire, il est clair que cette crise est directement liée au pillage économique de notre pays. Le dernier rapport du groupe d'experts des Nations Unies révèle l'ampleur du pillage orchestré par le Rwanda. Chaque mois, plus de 150 tonnes de coltan sont illégalement extraites et acheminées vers le Rwanda, où elles sont frauduleusement étiquetées pour l'exportation. Ce commerce illicite compromet la souveraineté de la RDC et finance directement les activités militaires des forces armées rwandaises et du M23. À Rubaya, le site le plus grand d'exploitation de coltan de la région, les RDF et le M23 ont établi une administration parallèle, exploitant nos ressources et imposant leur contrôle sur les populations locales en toute impunité. Ces activités doivent être sanctionnées. Cependant, cette exploitation illégale n'est qu'un aspect de l'agression menée par le Rwanda. Depuis le début de leur campagne de terreur en 2022, les RDF et le M23 ont systématiquement ciblé les forces de maintien de la paix. Le 24 janvier 2025, le général-major Peter Chirimwami Nkuba, gouverneur militaire du Nord Kivu, a été lâchement assassiné par les forces armées rwandaises alors qu'il commandait sur la ligne du front. Le 25 janvier, 9 soldats sud-africains, 3 soldats du Malawi et 1 soldat uruguayen ont été tués dans des affrontements avec le Rwanda et le M23. Un char des Nations Unies a été incendié, marquant un nouveau seuil dans l'hostilité ouverte envers les institutions multilatérales. Par ailleurs, une compagnie de casques bleus tanzaniens à Kanyabayonga reste jusqu'à présent encerclée et coupée de tout approvisionnement par les RDF et le M23. Le dernier rapport du groupe d'experts révèle également l'utilisation par les RDF et leurs supplétifs d'un arsenal sophistiqué. Missiles solaires, mortiers guidés par GPS et missiles anti-chars. Ces violations flagrantes du régime d'embargo sur les armes et le droit international humanitaire menacent gravement la paix et la sécurité de la région des Grands Lacs. Ces 3 dimensions, humanitaire, économique et sécuritaire, révèle une réalité incontestable. Une agression systématique et coordonnée contre la République démocratique du Congo par le Rwanda. Monsieur le Président, distingués membres du Conseil, le processus de Luanda, conçu pour offrir un cadre de résolution pacifique, a été saboté par l'intransigeance du Rwanda. Chaque engagement pris à Luanda a été piétiné, à commencer par le cessez-le-feu du 4 août. Aussi, depuis l'établissement du mécanisme de vérification ad hoc renforcé à Goma le 5 novembre 2024, le Rwanda n'a jamais envoyé ses 3 experts militaires pour superviser la mise en œuvre du dit cessez-le-feu. Rappelez-vous, lors de notre dernière réunion du 8 décembre dans cette salle, le représentant permanent du Rwanda avait affirmé que les experts étaient en route pour Goma. Aujourd'hui, 82 jours plus tard, ils ne sont toujours pas arrivés. Le 15 décembre, le Rwanda a sciemment saboté le sommet convoqué par le facilitateur du processus de Luanda, son Excellence João Lourenço, en ignorant son invitation. Et le 23 janvier, le président du Rwanda a surpris le monde entier en sollicitant la médiation de la Turquie, s'éloignant ainsi des principes de solutions africaines aux problèmes africains. Malgré ce mépris flagrant affiché par le Rwanda pour le processus de Luanda, La République démocratique du Congo reste pleinement engagée et réitère sa confiance en son Excellence João Lourenço. Ce processus, endossé par l'Union africaine, demeure le seul cadre légitime pour une solution politique au conflit entre la République démocratique du Congo et le Rwanda. Ce cadre, exclusivement interétatique, ne saurait inclure des acteurs non étatiques ni les élever au même rang que des États souverains. La République démocratique du Congo rejettera toute tentative d'inclusion du M23 dans le processus de Luanda, l'orientant plutôt vers son cadre légitime, le processus de Nairobi, sous la facilitation de son Excellence Uhuru Kenyatta. La République démocratique du Congo renouvelle toute sa confiance en lui et rejette toute tentative visant à diluer les efforts de la médiation. Monsieur le Président, distingués membres du Conseil, malgré les alertes répétées du gouvernement congolais depuis 3 ans, ce Conseil est resté passif. Ce Conseil ne peut se contenter de déclarations de préoccupation ou de rester simplement saisi de la question. Son mandat, son devoir est de protéger la paix et la sécurité internationale, de défendre la vie humaine sans distinction d'origine, de race, de religion ou de genre. Ce Conseil est le garant de l'espoir et de la foi en des jours meilleurs, des jours de paix, de développement et de prospérité. C'est pourquoi nous appelons ce Conseil à agir de manière décisive et immédiate, conformément aux preuves accablantes fournies par le dernier rapport du groupe d'experts. Voici les actions concrètes que nous exigeons. Le Conseil de sécurité doit ordonner immédiatement la fin des hostilités par le Rwanda et exiger le retrait immédiat des troupes rwandaises présentes sur le territoire congolais. Le Conseil de sécurité doit imposer des sanctions ciblées, incluant le gel des avoirs et l'interdiction de voyager, non seulement contre les membres identifiés de la chaîne de commandement des forces armées rwandaises, mais aussi contre les décideurs politiques responsables de cette agression. Le Conseil de sécurité doit imposer un embargo total sur les exportations de tous les minerais étiquetés comme rwandais, en particulier le coltan et l'or, afin de mettre fin à l'exploitation illégale des ressources naturelles de la République démocratique du Congo. Le Conseil de sécurité doit révoquer immédiatement le statut du Rwanda en tant que contributeur de troupes aux missions de paix des Nations unies. Il est inconcevable que ce même pays qui contribue aux missions de la paix des Nations unies est celui qui participe maintenant, activement, directement, aux attaques contre des soldats de la paix. Le Conseil de sécurité, finalement, doit instaurer un régime de notification systématique pour toute vente et transfert d'armes au Rwanda par les États membres ou des entités privées. Cela garantira que ces armes ne soient pas utilisées pour équiper des groupes armés sous embargo, tels que le M23. Monsieur le Président, distingués membres du Conseil, ce Conseil est à un tournant majeur. L'indécision et l'inaction ne peuvent plus être tolérées face à une crise qui menace de plonger notre pays et la région dans un chaos absolu. Chaque jour de retard alimente l'agresseur et affaiblit les principes mêmes qui fondent cette organisation. Nous appelons donc ce Conseil à utiliser pleinement l'ensemble des dispositions et mesures prévues par le chapitre 7 de la Charte des Nations unies afin de préserver la paix et de protéger la souveraineté de la République démocratique du Congo. Le peuple congolais nourrit une aspiration profonde, celle de vivre en sécurité, de bâtir un avenir prospère et de contribuer activement aux côtés des nations du monde à un ordre international fondé sur le respect du droit et des principes de justice. Cette aspiration ne sera pas étouffée. Nous vous demandons d'écrire une nouvelle page de courage et d'engagement, une page où les valeurs du multilatéralisme et de solidarité priment sur l'indifférence et le calcul. L'histoire se souviendra de vos décisions aujourd'hui, comme elle se souviendra de notre lutte incessante pour la paix, la dignité et la souveraineté. Et à ceux qui oseraient justifier l'injustifiable, nous disons ceci, il n'y a aucune place dans ces salles dédiées à la paix mondiale pour des discours qui cherchent à excuser le péché impardonnable de sacrifier des vies innocentes. Le respect dû aux centaines de milliers de vies en jeu exige le silence face à l'évidence. Face à l'adversité, le peuple congolais se distingue par une résilience, une dignité et une détermination qui imposent le respect. Ce courage exemplaire, porté par le désir de vivre en sécurité, de bâtir un avenir prospère et de contribuer à un ordre international juste, témoigne de la grandeur du Congo, cette force inébranlable ne sera jamais brisée. Je vous remercie.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Kaikwamba Wagner for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Rwanda.
Mr. President, thank you for giving the floor. Allow me to begin by thanking the Algerian presidency for its able leadership at the helm of the Security Council for this month of January. We also thank Algeria, for convening this important meeting. I recognize the presence and the briefing given before by SRSG Bintou Keita and USG Lacroix and ASG Joyce Musua. I also recognize the presence of the Foreign Minister of DRC and the participation of Angola, Uruguay, South Africa, and Burundi. Mr. President, Rwanda regrets the deteriorating security situation in the eastern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The current crisis could have been averted had the DRC government demonstrated a genuine commitment to peace. The DRC has all the necessary tools to achieve a lasting resolution to the ongoing conflict. The international community placed high expectations on the Luanda and Nairobi peace processes, designed on one hand to restore a good relationship between Rwanda and the DRC, and on the other to promote inter-Congolese dialogue by addressing the root causes of the conflict. These include persistent governance failures in the DRC, as well as the presence of over 250 domestic armed groups, including the M23, and 14 foreign armed groups, including the genocidal FDR and many others. Mr. President, the Rwanda process, which was revitalized in March 2024, achieved significant milestones. On 31st July 2024, the three ministers agreed on a ceasefire between warring parties in Rwanda, which came into force on 4th August 2024. This ceasefire was more or less holding, despite occasional skirmishes, until the month of October 2024. Council members, since October 2024, the DRC government and its armed forces, the FARDC, decided to increase the militarization of the eastern DRC by deploying heavy weaponry, including attack drones, and deployed additional troops along our border, including 10,000 Burundian troops. As a consequence and in violation of the ceasefire, the FARDC decided to intensify its military operation by attacking the positions of the M23, which retaliated and took more territories. Unfortunately, we regret that the international community chose to condemn the M23 for extending its territories without condemning FARDC military coalition for violating the ceasefire. The ceasefire was between all the warring parties, so all warring parties should have observed it. To make matters worse, the Congolese army is placing heavy weapons and artillery in heavily populated areas, including in close proximity to IDP camps, against warnings by international humanitarian organizations, such as the International Committee of the Red Cross and Médecins Sans Frontières. Such actions have led to unfortunate loss of innocent lives. In turn, this heavy artillery was used to bomb and indiscriminately shell territories under M23 control. Most of the bombings targeted densely populated areas, leading to loss of lives, livelihoods, and homes. After the postponement of the 15th of December 2024 Luanda summit, the situation aggravated on the ground due to the DRC's obsession with a military solution to this conflict. By prioritizing militarization of the conflict instead of embracing the regional mechanisms that have been put in place to foster a sustainable solution born out of dialogue, the conflict has continued to escalate, leading to the prevailing situation today. Mr. President, Council members, under the Rwanda process, a ministerial-level agreement was reached on a concept of operations, CONOPS, to neutralize the FDLR, a UN and UN-sanctioned genocidal militia, and to lift Rwanda's defensive measures along the common border. The FDLR, which poses a direct threat to Rwanda's security and territorial integrity, is composed of remnants of the perpetrators of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi that claimed over 1 million lives. For decades, the FDR has found sanctuary in the DRC, where it recruits fighters, influences corrupt local elites, and spreads its anti-Tutsi genocide ideology in Congolese communities. This has led to ethnic cleansing and persecution of those local communities, with the result of hundreds of thousands of them now scattered as refugees in the region, and others in IDP camps. Today, the FDR has even moved from being a speculative force to a strategic ally of the Kinshasa government. Council members, the draft agreement under the Rwanda process that was supposed to be agreed on and signed during the summit of was agreed on by the three ministers on 25th November 2024 addresses the first two elements by putting in place a timeline for the neutralization of the FDLR and lifting of Rwanda's defensive measures. Only the question of the M23 was yet to be resolved. While the two countries were involved in discussions in Rwanda on a plan to neutralize the FDLR, the situation on the ground was different. Since the first ministerial meeting of 21st of March, during which the then DRC had accepted to provide a plan to neutralize the FDLR, the coalition between the FDLR and the government of Kinshasa had increased. As we speak, it has never been more intense at any other time in recent history. As I said today, FDLR has become an ally of the DRC army. Even on 25th November 2024, when the three ministers were busy in Luanda signing the CONOPS, there were 3 high-level meetings between FARDC and FDLR commanders that very day in Goma. This reflects the stark contrast between the good faith that the DRC wants to project to the international community and the lack of political will on the ground to end its strategic alliance with the FDLR. Despite an initial agreement by the DRC to enter into dialogue under the Nairobi process, the DRC minister categorically refused for 9 hours the inclusion of any commitment for dialogue between the DRC and the M23. Therefore, since it was the only item on the agenda, the only solution was to postpone the summit, as Rwanda is not interested by a photo opportunity. The reason the heads of state were to travel to Rwanda for the summit was for one agenda item, to sign an agreement. And since there was no agreement to sign, there was no reason for the summit except to postpone it until the issues are all agreed on. Mr. President, Council members, the recent militarization by the DRC, including the formation of a broader coalition involving the FARDC, the FDLR, Wazalendo, 10,000 Burundian forces, 1,600 European mercenaries, and SADC-led some DRC forces, represents an unprecedented security threat to Rwanda. For 2 years, DRC President Felix Tshisekedi has publicly vowed to instigate regime change in Rwanda. That's a very serious matter for us. A head of state who declares regime change on another country is a matter not to be taken lightly. This rhetoric, coupled with the coalition's significant military presence along Rwanda's border, is destabilizing and unacceptable. Rwanda also notes with disappointment the international community's failure to condemn the use of foreign mercenaries in this conflict, despite clear violation of the 1977 Organization of African Unity Convention and the 1989 UN Convention against the use of mercenaries, especially by state actors. The arrest of Romanian mercenary leader Horatiu Poltra in December 2024 underscores the gravity of this issue. Yet no strong action was undertaken, and no condemnation was issued by this Council or the European Union. Mr. President, Council members, I would like to highlight Rwanda's concerns on the role MONUSCO is currently playing in Eastern DRC. But first, I would like to be clear and to clarify that Rwanda is not hostile to MONUSCO, and no one should harm peacekeepers. However, facts are stubborn, and they speak for themselves. Rwandan concerns are threefold. One, MONUC, which later became MONUSCO, was first deployed in DRC in 1999. It is now 26 years since it was first deployed. The resolution that authorized the deployment of MONUC and all successive resolutions, including the one that turned it into MONUSCO, all gave it a clear mandate to neutralize FDLR. Unfortunately, with the presence of MONUSCO in Eastern DRC, the security situation only aggravated since then. Second, by going beyond its mandate of peacekeeping and protecting civilians, MONUSCO has now joined a broader coalition with a clearly stated goal, which is to enact regime change in Rwanda, which is another UN member state. This is because the coalition that has been put together by the DRC, including all the forces that I've named, have been clearly given clear mandate under President Tshisekedi to act towards regime change, because he's amassing this force for that purpose. We take this matter very, very seriously as well. Three, in addition, MONUSCO operations provide support to FDLR, a UN-sanctioned group, and to European mercenaries in violation of the 1989 UN Convention. This is unacceptable, and MONUSCO is at risk of being sucked into a conflict in which it would be a belligerent force. MONUSCO should focus its resources and troops to protect civilians, especially those in IDP camps, instead of fighting alongside this coalition. It is very important because it's a very clear mandate, and the mandate needs not to be changed because of the risk, especially that some of these forces, the Wazalendo groups, FDLR, have committed tremendous atrocities in Eastern DRC. So a force, an international force, to which we are all members, should not be associated with activities of such negative armed groups which have been sanctioned. Again, Rwanda supports MONUSCO and has no issue around MONUSCO except for those three issues that I have outlined. Mr. President, the situation we are facing today is no surprise to anyone. It mirrors the same situation 12 years ago. It is the result of the complete mismanagement by the DRC of a complex problem. The international community also has its fair share of the blame for being completely insensitive to the root causes of the problem and allow legitimate actors to operate completely out of their mandate. The situation we are in today prevailed exactly in 2012 and 2013. And that time, no political solution was undertaken to ensure that the issue is resolved to its root. Council members, we now stand at a critical juncture where we need to find ways to return to the diplomatic and political processes that focus on practical solutions. Rwanda is of the view that these solutions might involve additional actors, primarily based in Africa, in partnership with the international community. We are committed to the regional process, to the Rwanda process, and to a peaceful dialogue, to a peaceful resolution of this issue. And we are ready to remain engaged in a peaceful process, because we strongly believe that there is no military solution to this problem. It has to be resolved politically, diplomatically, and with the support of all partners acting together. However, in order for anything to be successful, the DRC must play a helpful role. After all, this is a Congolese problem for which the DRC is looking to outsource its solution. The solution to this problem cannot be outsourced. It requires ownership and political will, and looking at the root cause of the conflict comprehensively and addressing them. Partners can support, but partners cannot fully own and resolve this problem. Rwanda stands ready to do its part in making sure a practical solution is found that addresses the concerns of all actors involved on an equal footing. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Rwanda for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Angola.
His Excellency Ambassador Amar Benjama, President of United Nations Security Council for the month of January, distinguished members of the Security Council, let us begin by congratulating the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria on its presidency and able stewardship of the Council, including for convening this important meeting on the prevailing situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC. We acknowledge the participation of Her Excellency Therese Kayakwamba Wagner, State Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation, and Francophonie of the DRC, and His Excellency Ambassador Ernest Raimusiu, Permanent Representative of the Republic of Rwanda to the United Nations. We thank Ms. Bintou Keita, Special Representative of the Secretary General in the DRC and Head of the United Nations Organization Stabilization Mission in the DRC, Mr. Jean-Pierre Lacroix, and the Secretary General for Peace Operations, and Ms. Joyce Nsuya, Assistant Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Deputy Emergency Relief Coordinator, for their comprehensive briefings. We would like also to express our appreciation to the members of the Security Council and all speakers for supporting His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of Angola, ongoing mediation effort through the Luanda process to achieve peace and stability in the Eastern DRC. We take this opportunity to reaffirm once again Angola's commitment to continue pursuing conflict prevention, management, and resolution initiatives in the Great Lake region. Mr. President, today we have the honor to address this Council on 3 key points. First, current situation in DRC. The increase of violence unfolding in the Eastern DRC over the past few weeks is very worrisome. On the 25th January, His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, who was mandated by the African Union to ensure mediation in the crisis between the DRC and Rwanda, expressed deep concern with the escalation of the conflict and the serious deterioration of the peace and security situation in the Eastern DRC, particularly in the North Kivu and South Kivu provinces. The resurgence of actions and attacks perpetrated by M23 and its recent illegal occupation of Sake and Minova reflect the dangerous escalation of this conflict with enormous implications for the fragile humanitarian situation, particularly around the city of Goma, now besieged. These actions, which we vehemently condemn and repudiate, represent a flagrant and unacceptable violation of the ceasefire in force since 4th August 2024 and jeopardize all the efforts and progress made under the Luanda process towards a peaceful resolution of this conflict, which can have unforeseen consequences for regional security if not resolved now. In line with the UN Charter, the international law, and the principle of sovereign equality of all member states, the territorial integrity of DRC must be respected and upheld. The Republic of Angola calls on the parties to the conflict to respect humanitarian rights and international humanitarian law, protect civilians and safeguard the integrity and security of personnel of the reinforced ad hoc verification mechanism deployed in Goma, North Kivu, within the framework of the Angolan facilitation efforts. We reiterate our steadfast support to MONUSCO and SAMI DRC and call on all armed groups to full respect of the United Nations mandate forces. In this context, we take this opportunity to express our heartfelt condolences to the countries, namely South Africa, Malawi, and Uruguay, and the family of the deceased MONUSCO and SAMI DRC soldiers who fell in the line of duty during encounters with M23. We wish a speedy recovery to those injured. We reiterate that parties must uphold and fully respect the ceasefire agreed upon by DRC and Rwanda on the 30th of July in Luanda, which entered into force on 4th August 2024. We strongly urge all concerned parties and stakeholders to use their good offices to reinforce and maintain the ceasefire. Second, Luanda process. We have made remarkable progress in the implementation of the Luanda process. It is important that we preserve the mediation and peace efforts undertaken by His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, which have contributed to the declaration of ceasefire on 4th August 2024, the adoption of the harmonized plan for the neutralization of FDLR and the disengagement forces, lifting of defense security measures by Rwanda, the operationalization of reinforced ad hoc verification mechanisms on 5th November 2024, the adoption of the concept of Operation CONOPS, and the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Government of Angola and MONUSCO on the 23rd November 2024 towards supporting the reinforced ad hoc verification mechanism grounds operation. The divergence regarding the resolution of M23 issue is the only pending matter to finalize and consolidate the draft peace agreement. This has caused the postponement of the Angola-DRC-Rwanda summit that was scheduled to take place in Luanda, Angola on 15 December, bringing together His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi, President of the Republic of DRC, and His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. In his unwavering commitment to continue consultation to advance the Luanda process, His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço sent a message to His Excellency President Paul Kagame on the 18th December, which was delivered by His Excellency Ambassador Tete Antonio, Minister of External Relations of Angola. We remain hopeful that the parties will be able to overcome any remaining differences and reach an agreement to end the conflict in the Eastern DRC. We need to continue supporting and encouraging them to resolve this last challenge in this long and difficult peace process. Third, the way forward. His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço has reiterated time and time again that the conflict and security challenges in the Eastern DRC have no military solution, though he urged the parties to return to the negotiating table immediately. We need speedy and unconditional de-escalation of the conflict and genuine and renewed engagement of the parties to explore ways of overcoming the pending issue and reschedule the aforementioned tripartite summit. It means that the concerned party must cooperate, engage, respect, and comply with the decision reached within the Luanda process framework. The strict observance of the ceasefire agreed upon between the parties and the immediate cessation of all hostilities are paramount to creating a political environment conducive to a peaceful solution under the Luanda and Nairobi processes. We encourage all parties to avoid any actions or rhetoric that can further escalate tensions, including provocative language or inflammatory public statement, which is counterproductive to the diplomatic efforts to achieve a lasting solution to this conflict that has prevailed for so long. Let's conclude by reiterating the firm commitment of His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, as the facilitator mandated by the African Union to assist in the quest for peace and security in the Eastern DRC. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative of Angola for this statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Uruguay.
Muchas gracias. Uruguay agradece a Argelia en su calidad de presidente del Consejo de Seguridad por la convocatoria de esta reunión de emergencia sobre el agravamiento de la situación de seguridad en la República Democrática del Congo, particularmente en las regiones de Kivu del Norte y Kivu del Sur, y en relación con el avance del movimiento 23 de marzo, M23. Nuestro país manifiesta su profunda preocupación por la escalada de violencia que sigue afectando a esta región con consecuencias devastadoras para la población civil y para el funcionamiento de la MONUSCO. Lamentamos profundamente la pérdida de vidas humanas, incluyendo la de los cascos azules que se encuentran allí con la misión de proteger a los más vulnerables. En este contexto, Uruguay lamenta el fallecimiento de uno de nuestros soldados y las heridas sufridas por otros 4 en el marco de un operativo en Kivu del Norte, así como expresamos nuestra solidaridad con las pérdidas sufridas también por la República Sudafricana y Malawi. Extendemos nuestras condolencias a las familias de todas las víctimas y reafirmamos nuestro compromiso con la paz y la seguridad internacionales, agradeciendo a la vez las condolencias recibidas por parte de otros miembros de este Consejo. En MONUSCO, Uruguay desempeña un rol enfocado al cumplimiento estricto del mandato de la protección de civiles. Cabe destacar que las tropas uruguayas no participan en operaciones ofensivas, limitándose exclusivamente a acciones enmarcadas en el mandato de la misión, y como mencionaba, manteniendo una estricta neutralidad con respecto a los enfrentamientos internos en la República Democrática del Congo. Hacemos un llamado al Consejo de Seguridad y en particular a aquellos miembros con influencia directa en la región a redoblar esfuerzos para alcanzar un cese al fuego inmediato y lograr que las partes involucradas vuelvan a sentarse en la mesa de diálogo. Entendemos imperativo que las negociaciones en los marcos de los procesos de Luanda y Nairobi se fortalezcan y se traduzcan en avances concretos para alcanzar una solución política y sostenible a este conflicto. Igualmente extendemos el llamamiento a todos los países de la región para que se abstengan de toda acción que pueda agravar la situación y para que cooperen positivamente para lograr esa solución política antes mencionada a este conflicto. En este contexto, Uruguay reitera su firme compromiso con la paz en la República Democrática del Congo y su pleno apoyo a MONUSCO en estos momentos críticos. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
I thank the representative of Uruguay for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of South Africa.
Mr. President, South Africa wishes to thank you and the members of the United Nations Security Council for convening this meeting to consider as a matter of urgency the deteriorating security and humanitarian situation in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. We thank USG Jean-Pierre Lacroix, SRSG Binto Keita, and ASG Joyce Msuya for their briefing. I also wish to acknowledge the presence of Minister Therese Kaikwamba Wagner in this chamber. It is with profound regret that this meeting is taking place at a time when a number of peacekeepers have lost their lives and many others injured in the line of duty. 9 of these fallen peacekeepers are South Africans who showed immense bravery amidst relentless attacks from the M23. These attacks from the M23 are in violation of the ceasefire that was brokered through the Luanda process. We deplore the unwarranted attacks against MONUSCO and the South African Development Community Mission in the DRC's uniformed personnel who are deployed not only to promote peace, security, and stability in the Eastern DRC, but by extension in the African continent in general. Our sincere condolences go out to the families of those peacekeepers who have lost their lives, and we wish a speedy recovery to those injured. The cost of being a UN peacekeeper should never be this high. This Security Council has passed many resolutions that provide clear guidance on such violations carried out against peacekeepers. The Security Council must take decisive action against callous acts aimed at undermining its role and decisions aimed at maintenance of international peace and security. This Council must send a clear message that peacekeepers' lives matter. We must value and safeguard the contribution of those entrusted to carry out the mandates adopted in this chamber. Excellencies, it is concerning that the fundamental principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity enshrined in the UN Charter are being eroded and continue to be violated globally, including in the Eastern DRC, with the evident known and well-reported presence of external forces destabilizing that country. It is crucial for the Rwandan Defense Forces to cease support to the M23, and for the M23 to immediately cease all hostile actions and withdraw from occupied territories. We cannot accept a world wherein non-state actors are armed to do the will of other states, while those states refuse to accept responsibility for unnecessary armed violence and potential war crimes. Peacekeeping as a tool will be rendered ineffective when the peacekeepers and peacekeeping operations face complex political situations, such as that in the Eastern DRC, when other states get militarily involved in fueling conflict. The international community can no longer afford to simply watch as conflict in the Eastern DRC continues to displace, maim, and kill innocent civilians. The current situation in the Eastern DRC requires decisive action from the international community led by this Council. The Security Council must use the tools at its disposal to act against those who perpetuate the conflict in the Eastern DRC, including calling for their withdrawal from the DRC. There must also be a resumption of both the Luanda and Nairobi processes to find a lasting political solution to the cyclical conflict in the Eastern DRC. South Africa commends His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola, in his capacity as the African Union Champion for Peace and Reconciliation in Africa, for his tireless work on the Luanda process. We urgently call on the relevant parties to engage in this process with the view to agree a negotiated settlement that includes peace and stability in the entire Great Lakes region and in the African continent at large. And for its part, South Africa will continue to play a constructive role in promoting peace and stability in Eastern DRC and the entire continent, including through peacekeeping efforts. I thank you.
I thank the representative of South Africa for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Burundi.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Ma délégation se félicite de participer à ce briefing sur la détérioration de la situation sécuritaire en RDC, convoqué par la présidence algérienne du Conseil au cours de ce mois, et salue la présence de son Excellence Madame Thérèse Kayi-Kwamba-Wagner, ministre des Affaires étrangères de la RDC, tout en se réjouissant de la qualité des présentations faites par Madame Bintou Keïta, représentante spéciale du secrétaire général des Nations Unies pour la RDC et chef de la MONUSCO, Monsieur Jean-Pierre Lacroix, sous-secrétaire général du département des opérations de paix, et Madame Joyce Msuya, secrétaire général adjoint aux affaires humanitaires et coordonnateur adjoint des secours d'urgence. Le gouvernement du Burundi présente ses condoléances au peuple et au gouvernement congolais suite à l'assassinat du gouverneur du Nord Kivu, le général Chirimwami, ainsi qu'aux familles et pays des casques bleus et de SAMI RDC qui ont perdu leur vie. Le Burundi tient à souligner que l'aggravation de la situation sécuritaire à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo, où la détérioration continue dans cette région, ne menace pas seulement la paix et la stabilité locale, mais pose également un défi au maintien de la sécurité internationale, cœur de la mission de ce Conseil. Le Burundi soutient fermement le respect de la coexistence pacifique entre les nations et rejette catégoriquement les guerres par procuration. L'Est de la RDC a trop souvent été victime de conflits alimentés par des intérêts étrangers, exacerbant les tensions locales et sapant les efforts de paix. Le Burundi salue le processus de Luanda et de Nairobi, qui constituent des cadres cruciaux pour une désescalade rapide de la crise. Ces initiatives régionales, soutenues par l'Union africaine et la communauté internationale, tracent une feuille de route claire pour parvenir à un cessez-le-feu durable. Les Nations unies, à travers le travail inestimable du groupe d'experts sur la RDC, ont documenté avec précision les dynamiques de ce conflit. Ces rapports ont souligné l'implication d'acteurs extérieurs dans le soutien des groupes armés locaux, les violations flagrantes de droits de l'homme et les pillages systématiques des ressources naturelles de la RDC. Ces faits ne peuvent être ignorés. Il est impératif que ce Conseil exige des mesures concrètes pour mettre fin à ces ingérences et garantir le plein respect des principes sacro-saints du droit international et du droit international humanitaire. Le Burundi note que les différents rapports des Nations unies sur la situation sécuritaire en RDC sont constamment publiés et les acteurs du conflit en RDC sont connus. Les acteurs moins visibles sont également connus et dénoncés dans ces différents rapports. Les principes fondamentaux inscrits dans la Charte des Nations unies qui guident et motivent l'action des Nations unies sont connus de tout le monde. Pourtant, le Conseil de sécurité reste silencieux. Silencieux. Pas une seule résolution condamnant les auteurs des violations flagrantes des principes de la souveraineté nationale et de l'intégrité territoriale de la RDC. Ces principes doivent être fermement réaffirmés dans le cas de la RDC. L'intégrité de son territoire ne peut être compromise et les incursions armées ainsi que les violations répétées de ses frontières doivent cesser immédiatement. Silencieux et aucune résolution sur les violations des principes élémentaires du droit international humanitaire. Dès lors, la question pertinente est de savoir quel est le message derrière ce silence du Conseil de sécurité. S'agit-il de... La question reste ouverte et posée au Conseil de sécurité. Toujours est-il que la ville de Goma, capitale du Nord Kivu, se retrouve aujourd'hui au bord du précipice. Une escalade militaire qui atteindrait cette ville aurait des conséquences humanitaires et sécuritaires catastrophiques, non seulement pour la RDC, mais pour toute la région. Ce Conseil ne devrait pas rester spectateur d'une tragédie annoncée. À cet effet, le Burundi exhorte ce Conseil à appeler à une cessation immédiate des hostilités dans l'est de la RDC et garantir que ce territoire ne devienne pas un terrain de confrontation indirecte entre acteurs régionaux et internationaux. Deuxièmement, soutenir les efforts des processus de Luanda et de Nairobi en exigeant le respect des engagements pris par toutes les parties. Troisièmement, soutenir les autorités de la RDC à restaurer l'autorité de l'État sur l'ensemble de son territoire. Quatrièmement, exiger le retrait des forces d'agression contre la RDC et la cessation des hostilités et appuyer la relance du processus de Luanda et de Nairobi. Cinquièmement, intensifier ses appuis aux populations civiles et déplacées de guerre pour subvenir aux besoins de base avec une attention particulière aux femmes et aux enfants. En définitive, le Conseil de sécurité devrait être attentif aux revendications légitimes du peuple et du gouvernement congolais en agissant avec détermination pour garantir que la RDC puisse exercer pleinement sa souveraineté et retrouver la paix. La sécurité et la stabilité en Afrique centrale et au-delà en dépendent. Je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of Burundi for the statement. Her Excellency Ms. Therese Kaikwamba Wagner, State Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Francophonie of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, has asked for the floor to make a further statement. I gave her the floor.
Merci pour la parole, Monsieur le Président. Excellences, Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du Conseil, aujourd'hui, il n'y aura pas de réfutation. Aujourd'hui, il n'y aura pas de réponse aux propos et aux tentatives maladroites du Rwanda de passer sous silence les attaques impitoyables et inexcusables sur l'édifice du multilatéralisme, du droit international et de la valeur de la vie humaine qu'il est en train de mener à ce moment même à Goma. La réponse à l'agression rwandaise et à ses manœuvres de diversion doit venir de ce Conseil, qui doit enfin assumer pleinement ses responsabilités et cesser de détourner le regard. Trop de temps a été perdu dans l'inaction, trop de vies ont été sacrifiées et trop de principes ont été bafoués. Le Rwanda persiste dans la terreur et le pillage et le mépris des Nations unies et des résolutions de ce Conseil. L'impunité ne saurait perdurer sans porter un coup fatal à la crédibilité des Nations unies. Le temps des hésitations est révolu. L'heure est à l'action. Je vous remercie.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Kaikwamba Wagner for her statement. The representative of Rwanda has asked for the floor to make a further statement. I give him the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to clearly say that this crisis is a DRC matter. That's why we have the Rwanda process and the Nairobi process. DRC has had endemic security, political, and governance challenges for decades. These matters are not matters of today. So it cannot pretend that an external party will be responsible for putting its house in order. On the issue of territorial integrity, we agree DRC's territorial integrity matters, but Rwanda's territorial integrity is also very important. For the last 3 decades, instability, attacks, infiltration, sharing, and loss of life due to armed groups' activities on Rwandan territory have come singularly from across the border from DRC. Why is DRC preserving FDLR, making it a strategic ally? DRC must disengage, neutralize, and completely expel FDLR from its territory so that we can have peace. The minister earlier mentioned on the issue of the deployment of the Rwandan liaison officers to the enhanced verification mechanism in Goma. The reason the 3 Rwandan liaison officers have not deployed is because DRC clearly refused to guarantee their safety and security. So as soon as DRC guarantees their security, they will be able to cross to Goma and be part of the enhanced verification mechanism. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Rwanda for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Kakikwamba Wagner, who asked for a further statement.
Merci encore une fois, Monsieur le Président. Je vais être brève. Je prends note, et je pense que le Conseil entier prend note du fait que le Rwanda remet en question la crédibilité du groupe des experts, la crédibilité d'une représentante spéciale du secrétaire général, la crédibilité même de vous, membres du Conseil de sécurité, qui avez dénoncé la présence des forces armées rwandaises sur le territoire souverain de la République démocratique du Congo. Il vous revient à vous de tirer les conséquences de ce mépris, de ce manque de respect. Je voudrais clarifier une chose par rapport à la question du mécanisme de vérification ad hoc renforcé. La République du Rwanda a reçu, la veille de la mise en place de ce mécanisme, une note verbale garantissant la sécurité de tous ces éléments qui seraient déployés. Mais peut-être qu'ils sont encore à la recherche de la route vers Goma 82 jours plus tard. Merci beaucoup.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Kakikwamba Wagner for the statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. I now invite Council members to informal consultations to continue our discussion on the subject. The meeting is adjourned.
Hello, guys. Are you comfortable with French, right? Yeah, yeah.
She wants to also do it in English.
Okay. Bonjour à tous. Nous venons du Conseil de sécurité. Nous venons de terminer la réunion publique du Conseil de sécurité. Et pour le moment, Son Excellence Madame Thérèse Kayikwamba Wagner, ministre d'État, ministre des Affaires étrangères, coopération internationale et francophonie de la République démocratique du Congo, est prête à faire une présentation à la presse, à l'issue de laquelle nous allons ouvrir la parole pour ceux qui désireraient prendre la parole pour poser des questions. Alors, je vais inviter Madame la Ministre, Excellence.
Merci, ambassadeur. Je peux? Mesdames et messieurs de la presse, la République démocratique du Congo traverse l'une des périodes les plus sombres de son histoire récente, marquée par une crise sécuritaire d'une gravité alarmante à l'est de notre pays. Depuis des années, les populations congolaises subissent les effets dévastateurs d'une agression planifiée et systématique menée par les forces de défense du Rwanda, RDF, et leur supplétif M23. En violation flagrante des principes du droit international et des engagements pris dans le cadre du processus de paix. Depuis le 6 janvier 2025, ces forces illégales ont intensifié leurs attaques, s'emparant de localités stratégiques telles que Katale, Louchébéré, Massissi Centre, provoquant le déplacement de millions de civils, détruisant des infrastructures vitales et commettant des violations massives de droits de l'homme. Ces actes ne sont pas seulement des attaques contre le peuple congolais, mais aussi contre les principes fondamentaux qui régissent la coexistence pacifique entre les nations. Face à cette situation tragique, la République démocratique du Congo rappelle la responsabilité historique du Conseil de sécurité des Nations unies, garant de la paix et de la sécurité internationale. Il ne s'agit pas seulement de rester saisi de la question, mais d'agir avec fermeté et diligence pour répondre aux aspirations légitimes de notre peuple à la paix et à la justice. Nous demandons à ce Conseil de prendre des mesures concrètes et immédiates, à savoir la cessation immédiate des hostilités et le retrait total et inconditionnel des troupes rwandaises du territoire congolais pour établir la souveraineté de la République démocratique du Congo sur ces terres, l'imposition de sanctions ciblées contre les responsables militaires et politiques rwandais identifiés comme les instigateurs de cette agression, un embargo strict sur les exportations de ressources naturelles en provenance du Rwanda afin de couper les financements illicites des groupes armés, et la révocation du Rwanda comme pays contributeur de troupes aux missions de paix des Nations Unies en raison de ses violations flagrantes du droit international humanitaire et de ses attaques systématiques et ciblées contre les soldats de la paix des Nations Unies et de la SADC. La RDC reste fermement engagée dans les processus de paix, notamment ceux de Luanda et de Nairobi, sous les auspices des facilitateurs africains. Cependant, nous rejetons toute tentative de légitimer des acteurs non étatiques, comme le M23, à travers les négociations interétatiques du processus de Luanda. Aujourd'hui, la communauté internationale a une occasion et une responsabilité unique de prouver son engagement en faveur de la justice et de la paix. Chaque jour d'inaction renforce les agresseurs rwandais et perpétue les souffrances de millions d'innocents de Congolais. Le peuple congolais ne cédera ni à la résignation ni à l'injustice. Nous continuerons à défendre nos droits, protéger notre territoire et exiger le respect de notre souveraineté. L'histoire jugera de la réponse que le monde aura donnée à cet appel. Nous réitérons notre confiance en la capacité du Conseil de sécurité et des partenaires internationaux à agir avec courage et détermination pour mettre fin à cette tragédie humaine et rétablir la paix dans notre pays et dans les régions des Grands Lacs. Je vous remercie.
Madam Foreign Minister, Sherman Rice, please, South African Broadcasting. President Felix Tshisekedi in the General Assembly in September 2023 called on MONUSCO to start a phased withdrawal from the DRC. Was that call a mistake, given the escalation we are seeing now? And what is your message to troop contributing countries, South Africa, Malawi, Uruguay, that have lost troops in this fight, given the escalation we're seeing?
The withdrawal of MONUSCO was sequential, and it was not a mistake, because in the areas where MONUSCO withdrew, we have seen sustained peace, we have seen progress, and we have seen stability. The challenge that we find ourselves in right now is in areas where MONUSCO is still present. So this has nothing to do with MONUSCO's presence. This has something to do with the fact that a neighboring country, Rwanda, has been permitted by the international community, by its donors, by its partners, to wreak havoc in the DRC, in particular in North Kivu, even in the presence of United Nations peacekeeping troops, with one of the most robust mandates of the United Nations. What I say to troop contributing countries, and this is very important because Rwanda itself is one of the UN's largest troop contributing countries, is that this crisis is not a DRC specific crisis. This should compel all troop contributing countries to engage in a robust conversations with the United Nations, with DPKO, on what it means to be a troop contributing countries. How is it permissible that a country, one of the largest troop contributing countries, gets away with killing peacekeepers, as peacekeepers from South Africa, Malawi, Uruguay were killed in less than 24 hours. This is unacceptable. It is a violation of all the principles of the United Nations. And I think that every self-respecting truth-contributing country, such as South Africa, has also a responsibility, but also a right to have an answer from the UN as to what standards it applies when it engages in partnerships and how it holds partners accountable to respect international law. Thank you.
Madam Foreign Minister, my name is Gabriel Elizondo from Al Jazeera English News Channel. Two questions. One is, how confident are you that your forces can hold off the M23 and Rwandan forces that are now less than 10 kilometers outside of Goma? How confident are you that that you can hold Goma, number one? And number two is, you called for targeted sanctions against Rwandan officials. Are you disappointed that that has not happened up until now, and that here we are at this stage still calling for that?
To answer first the question of our assessment of the security situation, it is a tense situation. We are following and monitoring it closely. We are grateful for the support and the resilience of our own armed forces, but also the presence and the support of MONUSCO troops as well as SADC troops. I will not delve into speculations. I am confident in the resolve of all involved forces to uphold the territorial integrity of the DRC, and most importantly, to protect the civilian lives which are at stake right now. Now, when it comes to sanctions and to the absence thereof, more importantly, of course we're disappointed. Of course we are disappointed because as an African country, how often is it that we have to listen to the lessons, that we have to listen to what we ought to be doing, the rules we are to be following, and at the same time find ourselves in this edifice and see that the rules that we all consider to be holy, to be precious, are being violated with such impunity. So there is, of course, a level of frustration, but frustration does not mean resignation. And we will always remind the international community of its responsibility, in particular, the United Nations Security Council. We will never, ever tire of reminding it of that, reminding it of its responsibility, but also its failure to act when it is the case. And for the past 3 years, the Security Council has failed the Congolese people. It has not acted, it has not held the people accountable who are directly linked to the chain of commands linking the RDF and the M23. Chain of commands that lead all the way back to Kigali.
One quick follow-up, if you may, Madam Foreign Minister. Are you also disappointed in the Secretary General that he has not been more forceful in calling out Rwanda specifically?
There have been in the past, I want to say 72 hours, 2 statements from the Secretary General. We welcome these statements. They were clear, they were robust, and they reflected also the urgency of the situation. However, we are also cognizant that since the renewed insurgency of the M23 started in 2022, the DRC raised the alarm. For the past 3 years, we have been raising the alarm. And yes, we have taken note of how long it took. The different partners that we are working with, the different partners that we believe share our ideals, we are cognizant of the fact that it took them a very long time. It's not just an issue of the Secretary General. When you look at the Security Council, we still have permanent members that have yet to utter the word Rwanda. And we have some that have done so for the first time a month ago. This is work in progress, and as I said before, we will not tire of defending our values, our people, but also of holding everyone accountable towards the responsibility that they have as member states of the United Nations or as public servants of the United Nations. Thank you.
Minister Wagner, if I may as well, the Rwandan ambassador has said that the alliance that the FARDC has with SAMI DRC, Burundian groups and others, including the FDLR that it recognizes as a genocidal force, constitutes a major security threat to Rwanda. How do you respond to that, and in particular the accusation that the FARDC is working with the FDLR?
Well, I think we ought to be looking at the situation on the ground right now. The situation on the ground right now is that a city such as large as Goma, with millions of civilians, is being taken in an onslaught by the Rwandan Defense Forces and the M23. Granted, every country is allowed to feel preoccupied by its safety. This is a legitimate concern, and I am not questioning it, but we have to have a clear distinction between the concern and the reality. And the reality right now is, yes, maybe Rwanda is concerned with its territorial integrity, but the DRC is the country whose territorial integrity is being violated by Rwanda. It is the DRC and the Congolese people who are being killed right now. So yes, their fears are legitimate, but they are not real. They have not materialized. We are the ones being killed. We are the ones being violated, and Rwanda is responsible for that. And this is just a very shameful way to respond or to shy away from responding to such a responsibility that Rwanda bears. But we take note of that, and again, history will never forget and probably not forgive. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
SRS.